This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still can't believe what happened last summer. I've been hesitant to share this because it sounds completely insane, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar or can make sense of what I went through. Last July, I moved to what seemed like a picture-perfect suburb in Austin. After landing a new job in tech, I was excited about my fresh start. The neighborhood looked exactly like what I wanted. Quiet streets lined with well-maintained homes, friendly neighbors who waved as they walked their dogs, and that sense of safety I'd been craving after years in a cramped downtown apartment. My new place was a modest 3-bedroom ranch-style house with a decent backyard. Nothing fancy, but it felt like home almost immediately. During the first week, I was busy unpacking and settling in during the day, then collapsing into bed each night, exhausted from the Texas summer heat and all the physical labor of moving. It wasn't until about my 8th day there that I actually took notice of the eyesore of the neighborhood, the Harrison house. It stood directly across the street and 2 houses down from mine. While every other property on the block was meticulously maintained with fresh paint and manicured lawns, the Harrison place looked like it had been forgotten by time. The white paint was peeling badly, revealing gray wood underneath. Overgrown vines crawled up one side of the house, and the yard was a jungle of knee-high weeds. The curtains were always drawn tight, giving it this closed-off, unwelcoming vibe. I asked my next-door neighbor, Melissa, about it while she was watering her flowers one evening. "Oh, the Harrisons keep to themselves," she said with a slight eye roll. "They moved in about 6 months ago, but nobody really sees them. They don't come to block parties or neighborhood meetings. I've only caught glimpses of them coming and going a few times." I didn't think much of it initially. Some people are just private, right? But then the noises started. It was during my 3rd week in the house. The Texas heat was brutal. We were having a record heat wave with temperatures hitting 105 degrees daily. I was lying in bed with my windows open, despite running the AC because my bedroom sometimes got stuffy. That's when I first heard it, a rhythmic thumping sound coming from the direction of the Harrison house. It was faint but distinct, like someone pounding on a table or floor in a steady pattern. Then came what sounded like voices, low, guttural chanting that made the hair on my arms stand up. I tried to convince myself it was just some weird TV show they were watching with the volume too high. But the sounds continued for almost an hour before stopping abruptly at exactly midnight. I remember checking my phone when it finally went quiet. The next night, same thing, and the next. Always starting around 11:30 at night, always ending at midnight. The thumping seemed to follow specific patterns, sometimes slow and deliberate, other times quick and frantic. The chanting voices would rise and fall in what sounded like some kind of call and response pattern. By the end of the week, I was losing sleep over it. I considered filing a noise complaint, but felt ridiculous. How would I explain what I was hearing? My neighbors are chanting at midnight didn't seem like something the police would take seriously. Then came the night of the power outage. We'd been having rolling blackouts due to the strain on the power grid from everyone's air conditioners running constantly. I was sitting on my front porch around 10 at night, enjoying the slightly cooler air and the novelty of seeing stars without light pollution when the entire neighborhood went dark. Every house on the street was plunged into blackness, except the Harrison house. I could see flickering lights through the gaps in their curtains. Not electric lights, but the unsteady glow of what looked like candles or lanterns moving about inside. My curiosity got the better of me. I walked down the sidewalk, trying to appear casual, like I was just stretching my legs during the outage. As I passed their house, I slowed down. One of the front curtains had a small gap, maybe an inch wide. I could see inside, just barely. What I saw still haunts me. There were at least 4 shadowy figures moving around in what must have been their living room. They weren't moving normally. It was jerky, almost ritualistic movements. The light source was definitely candles, dozens of them arranged in some kind of pattern on the floor. I couldn't make out faces or clear details, just the unnatural way they were moving, like some bizarre dance or ceremony. I hurried back to my house, heart pounding. I told myself there had to be a rational explanation. Maybe they were into some weird meditation practice or alternative religion. People are entitled to their quirks, right? But things escalated the next day. I was working from home when movement in my peripheral vision caught my attention. Looking out my office window, I saw Mr. Harrison in his backyard, digging. Not casual gardening digging, but frantically attacking the earth with a shovel like his life depended on it. He was a tall, gaunt man with unnaturally pale skin that looked like it hadn't seen sunlight in years. He wore dark clothes despite the sweltering heat. For almost 2 hours, he dug, occasionally stopping to look around nervously. At one point, he glanced up and caught me watching. Instead of the embarrassment or anger you'd expect, his face broke into the most unsettling smile I've ever seen. He stared directly at me for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds, then went back to his digging with renewed vigor. By evening, the hole was about 3 feet deep and maybe 4 feet wide. Then Mrs. Harrison came out, the first time I'd seen her. She was equally pale and thin, with long gray hair hanging limply past her shoulders. She handed him something wrapped in dark cloth. He placed it in the hole and quickly filled it back in. I couldn't sleep that night. The thumping and chanting seemed louder than ever. The real breaking point came 3 nights later. Around 2 in the morning, I was jolted awake by the most horrific sound I've ever heard. A high-pitched wail that was neither human nor animal, but somehow both. It came from the direction of the Harrison house and lasted for nearly 30 seconds before cutting off abruptly. I called the police. When they arrived 20 minutes later, everything was quiet. They knocked on the Harrisons' door, but no one answered despite lights being on inside. The officers told me they couldn't do anything without cause to enter and suggested it was probably just a coyote or fox, which are common in the area. But I knew what I heard. The next day, I worked up the courage to approach the house myself. It was midday. Surely nothing too weird could happen in broad daylight, right? No one answered my knocks, but as I turned to leave, I noticed something on their porch swing. A weathered leather notebook that looked ancient. I know I shouldn't have, but I took it. Part of me felt like I needed evidence of whatever was happening. Back in my house, I opened the notebook with shaking hands. What I found inside turned my blood to ice. Page after page of strange symbols and diagrams, drawings of what looked like star charts, and text in a language I couldn't identify. But the most disturbing part was toward the back. There was my name, written in red ink, alongside what was unmistakably a crude floor plan of my house. They had mapped out every room, with X marks in various locations, including directly under my bed. I was in full panic mode. I called my sister, who told me I was overreacting and should just move if I was uncomfortable. I considered going back to the police, but what would I say? My creepy neighbors wrote my name in their weird book. I had stolen their property after all. Instead, I decided to do some investigating of my own. The Harrisons left in their ancient station wagon the next morning, and I took the opportunity to check out their backyard more closely, specifically the shed in the back corner of their property. The shed door was secured with a rusted padlock, but it was so old that it broke when I pulled on it hard enough. Inside was worse than anything I could have imagined. The walls were covered with the same symbols from the notebook, painted in what looked disturbingly like dried blood. There were shelves lined with jars containing things I couldn't and didn't want to identify. A circle of black candles was arranged in the center of the dirt floor, surrounding what appeared to be a shallow pit. On a workbench were stacks of books, old, leather-bound volumes with titles in languages I didn't recognize, though some were in English with names like The Crossing of Thresholds and Vessels for the Returning. Most disturbing of all was a wall with photos, dozens of them, showing different houses in what looked like our neighborhood. Each photo had been crossed out with red marker, except for mine, which had a question mark drawn over it. I ran home and locked every door and window. I called in sick to work and sat up all night with a kitchen knife, watching the Harrison house. But nothing happened. No lights, no movement, no sound. The next morning, I noticed their station wagon was gone. It didn't return that day, or the next. After 3 days of silence, I saw police cars at their house. Apparently, a mail carrier had reported their mailbox overflowing. Here's the most chilling part. According to the police, the house had been officially vacant for over a year. The previous owners had foreclosed, and the bank still owned the property. There was no record of anyone named Harrison having purchased or rented it. When the police entered, they found the house completely empty. No furniture, no belongings, nothing to indicate anyone had been living there recently. But I know what I saw. I heard them every night. I saw them digging in the yard. I have the notebook with my name in it. I moved out the following week, breaking my lease and taking the financial hit. I couldn't stay there another night. I'm in a different city now, but I still can't shake the feeling of being watched. Sometimes I wake up at night thinking I hear that same rhythmic thumping, though I know it's impossible. The police never found any trace of the Harrisons. The shed I described was empty when they checked it. No candles, no books, no photos. They clearly think I imagined the whole thing or exaggerated normal neighbor behavior due to stress. But I know what I experienced. I still have the notebook hidden in my closet. Sometimes I take it out just to confirm to myself that it was real. The pages with my name and house layout are still there, a reminder that I didn't imagine it all. Who or what were the Harrisons? Why were they interested in me? And most importantly, where did they go? I don't think I'll ever know, and maybe that's for the best. But I can't help feeling that they're still out there somewhere, performing their rituals in someone else's neighborhood, watching someone else's house, writing someone else's name in their book of symbols. Story 2. I've never told anyone this story. It's been 8 months, but I still wake up sweating some nights. The memory of what happened still so fresh it could have been yesterday. I needed this job, I really did. The pay was decent, and the graveyard shift at County Morgue in Stillwater meant a 20% bump in hourly rate. Plus, I've always been up all night anyway. Insomnia since I was a teenager, so working from 11 at night until 7 in the morning seemed perfect. I'd been there just 2 weeks. The job itself wasn't complicated. Monitor the refrigeration units, process any new arrivals, which were rare after midnight, handle paperwork, and be available if funeral homes called for pickup. The morgue was in the basement of the hospital, down a long hallway that always smelled like industrial cleaner mixed with something else I couldn't quite place. That night, it was a Wednesday in November, started like any other. I clocked in at 10:50, chatted with Diane, who worked the evening shift, and settled in at the desk with my thermos of coffee and the sandwich I'd packed. Diane told me we had 4 bodies currently in storage, 3 from the past 2 days, and 1 that had been there for almost 3 weeks. John Doe. No ID, no family coming forward. Found by the river, apparent heart attack, but they couldn't process him for burial yet due to some legal holdup. He's in drawer 4, Diane said as she gathered her things. Administration's getting antsy about the space. Hopefully they'll clear him for county burial by Friday. I nodded, not thinking much of it. We'd had unclaimed bodies before. Sad, but part of the job. The maintenance guys are supposed to come check the electrical tomorrow, she added, flicking the light switch a couple times. The fluorescents had been flickering on and off for days. Old wiring, buildings from the 1970s. After she left, I settled into my usual routine. I did a walkthrough of the facility, checked the temperature logs on the refrigeration units, and flipped through the paperwork for the newest arrival, an elderly woman who'd passed at the hospital earlier that day. Everything was normal until about 2:30 in the morning. That's when I first noticed how cold it was getting. The morgue is always cold, obviously, but this was different. I could see my breath, which was unusual even for the prep room. I checked the thermostat, 62 degrees, but it felt much colder. The lights started flickering more than usual too. Not just a brief flicker every hour or so, but sustained periods where they dim almost to nothing before surging back to full brightness. The humming sound they made changed pitch each time, creating this weird rhythm that set my teeth on edge. I tried to ignore it. I'm not superstitious. You can't be and work surrounded by dead people all night. But something felt off. The silence between the buzzing lights seemed heavier somehow. I kept looking over my shoulder, feeling like someone was watching me. At exactly 2:37, I remember checking my phone. The desk phone rang. This was unusual, but not unheard of. Sometimes the ER called if they had an incoming body. I picked up. "County Morgue, this is Alex." At first I heard nothing but static. Then, barely audible, a whisper came through. "You shouldn't be here." The voice was wrong. It wasn't male or female, just a raspy whisper that seemed to come from somewhere far away, but also right against my ear at the same time. "Hello? Who is this?" I asked, but the line went dead. I told myself it was a prank call or maybe a crossed line. Hospitals have complicated phone systems, but my hands were shaking as I set the receiver down. That's when I noticed the cold air flowing in from the storage room. I got up to check and saw one of the refrigerator doors was open about an inch. Drawer number 4, the one with John Doe. My first thought was mechanical failure. These units were old, and sometimes the latches didn't catch properly. I approached the wall of refrigerated drawers and pulled number 4 open fully, expecting to see the body bag containing John Doe. The drawer was empty. My brain couldn't process this at first. I checked the tag on the drawer again. Definitely number 4. I quickly opened drawers 1, 2, and 3. All occupied, all accounted for. But John Doe was gone. This was bad. Really bad. Missing bodies don't just happen. Either someone had taken it, impossible without me noticing, or I was losing my mind. I grabbed the desk phone to call security, but the line was dead. No dial tone, nothing. I reached for my cell phone instead, but before I could unlock it, every light in the morgue went out at once. Not flickering this time. Total darkness. The kind of absolute black you only get underground with no windows. The emergency lights should have kicked on immediately. They didn't. I fumbled with my phone, turning on the flashlight function with shaking fingers. The beam seemed to get swallowed up by the darkness, illuminating much less than it should have. I moved toward the door that led to the hallway, planning to get out and find help. That's when I heard it, a wet, scraping sound coming from behind me, from the storage room, like something soft and heavy being dragged across the floor. Every instinct told me to run, but I was responsible for this place. If someone had broken in and was messing with the bodies, I needed to know. I turned back, pointing my phone's flashlight toward the storage room. The beam caught movement near drawer 2, which I'd checked just moments before. It was open now, just a few inches. As I watched, it slowly slid open further, as if pushed from inside. I approached cautiously, my heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. When I reached the drawer and aimed my light inside, I nearly dropped my phone. It was John Doe, but something was terribly wrong. Where his face should have been, eyes, nose, mouth, there was nothing but smooth, pale skin, like someone had erased his features, leaving behind a blank canvas of flesh stretched over a skull. I backed away, unable to process what I was seeing. Medical anomalies weren't part of my training. Maybe this was why he'd remained unidentified for so long. Maybe this was some rare condition they hadn't mentioned in his file. These rationalizations collapsed when the body moved. Its head turned toward me, toward my light, despite having no eyes to see. The faceless head tracked my movement perfectly as I stumbled backward. My back hit the wall, and before I could move, the storage room door slammed shut with a force that shouldn't have been possible. I was trapped in the refrigerated room with this thing. The air changed. It became thick, almost syrupy to breathe. My flashlight beam dimmed until it was barely visible, and then I heard it again. That same whisper from the phone, but now it seemed to come from everywhere at once. You shouldn't have come. The faceless body sat up in its drawer. Its movements were jerky, uncoordinated, like it was being puppeteered by someone who didn't quite understand how limbs worked. It swung its legs over the edge of the drawer and stood, swaying slightly. I fumbled for the door handle behind me, never taking my eyes off the figure. The handle wouldn't turn, either locked or jammed. The thing took a step toward me, then another, its head tilted to one side, as if curious. That blank face was somehow more terrifying than any expression could have been. "Please," I heard myself say, though I don't remember deciding to speak. "What do you want?" It stopped moving. The air grew even colder, to the point where it hurt to breathe. Then it raised one arm and pointed directly at me. That's when the drawer I'd originally found empty, number 4, began to open by itself. Understanding hit me like a truck. It wanted me in that drawer. It wanted to take my place. Panic gave me strength I didn't know I had. I threw myself against the door, once, twice, and on the third try, it burst open. I fell into the main morgue office, scrambled to my feet, and ran. I didn't stop at the morgue entrance. I ran down the basement hallway, past the laundry rooms and storage areas, to the elevator. It wasn't coming fast enough, so I found the stairs and took them 2 at a time, all the way up to the main floor. The hospital at 3 in the morning is eerily quiet, but there are always people around, nurses, security, cleaning staff. I expected to run into someone, anyone, but the corridors were deserted. The lights were on at least, but they seemed dimmer than usual, and they flickered just like the ones in the morgue. I made it to the main entrance and burst through the doors into the parking lot. The cold November air hit my lungs like a blessing after the oppressive atmosphere below. I ran to my car, Got in, locked the doors, and just sat there, shaking, watching the hospital entrance. Part of me kept expecting to see a faceless figure emerge from those doors. Nothing did. After about 20 minutes, my breathing returned to normal, and I started to question what I'd seen. Had I fallen asleep at my desk and had a nightmare? Was I having some kind of breakdown? I didn't go back inside. I couldn't. I sat in my car until 6:45 when I saw the morning shift arriving. I watched Margie, the morning attendant, walk into the building like it was any other day. I should have warned her. I should have reported what happened. But what would I say? That an unidentified corpse with no face tried to take my place? That it could move and speak and manipulate objects? They'd have me committed. So I did the cowardly thing. I drove home, sent an email resignation to HR, and never went back. I told my family I quit because the hours were messing with my sleep. Not entirely a lie. I haven't had a full night's sleep since. I've tried researching similar experiences, looking into the history of the hospital, even checking obituaries to see if anyone else disappeared around that time. Nothing connects. I've almost convinced myself it was a hallucination brought on by sleep deprivation and the isolation of working nights. Almost. 2 weeks after I quit, I got a letter in the mail. No return address. Inside was a single piece of paper with typed text. Thank you for not taking what didn't belong to you. I burned it immediately. Sometimes I drive past the hospital at night and look at the windows of the basement level. I can't see the morgue from outside, of course, but I always slow down and look anyway. Last week, I thought I saw someone watching me from one of those windows, just for a second. A pale face pressed against the glass. But that's impossible. Those windows don't open, and they're too small for anyone to fit through, at least anyone human. Story 3. My husband Tom and I bought our house in a quiet suburb outside Boston last year. It's an old Victorian, the kind with lots of character, high ceilings, creaky wooden floors, and those beautiful bay windows that let in so much light during the day. We fell in love with it immediately. It needed work, but we were excited about making it our own. That night in October, Tom was working late again. His accounting firm was in their busy season, and he'd been pulling 12-hour days for weeks. It was a Tuesday, I think. Just a normal autumn evening. The wind was picking up outside, rustling the leaves that had started to fall from the massive oak trees surrounding our property. I was alone with Max, our German shepherd. We adopted him from a shelter 2 years ago, and he's always been the perfect companion, loyal, protective, but gentle. That night, we were cuddled up on the couch watching some mindless reality show. I remember feeling comfortable, even though I've never really liked being alone in the house after dark. During the day, our home feels warm and inviting. The sunlight streams through those big windows, highlighting the antique woodwork and making everything feel cozy. But at night, it transforms. The hallways seem longer, the shadows deeper, and every little noise echoes. The previous owners had installed dimmers throughout the house, which I usually appreciated, but that night they just made everything feel more ominous, casting weird shadows along the walls. It must have been around 9:30 when Max's behavior changed. I was halfway through a glass of wine, scrolling through social media on my phone, when his head suddenly jerked up. His ears perked forward, and he let out this low growl that made the hair on my arms stand on end. "What is it, buddy?" I asked, muting the TV. Max stood up, hackles raised, and moved toward the bay window that overlooked our backyard. The growl rumbling from his chest didn't sound like his normal "someone's at the door" alert. This was deeper, more primal. I tried to ignore it at first. Probably just a raccoon, I told him, trying to sound casual even as my heart rate picked up. But Max wouldn't settle. He paced back and forth in front of the window, occasionally pausing to growl or bark sharply. After a few minutes of this, I finally got up to look. The backyard was mostly dark. We had motion sensor lights, but they weren't on, which should have been reassuring. If there was someone out there, the lights would have triggered, right? I pressed my face close to the glass, cupping my hands around my eyes to block the reflection from the living room lights. That's when I saw it. At the edge of our yard, where our property meets the small wooded area behind us, there was a figure. At first, it was just a darker shadow among the trees, but as my eyes adjusted, I could make out its shape. It was tall, too tall. Even from a distance, I could tell this thing had to be at least 7 feet high. Its proportions were all wrong, with arms that hung down almost to the ground. "Max, come here," I whispered, my mouth suddenly dry. He stayed at the window, his growl now continuous. The figure wasn't moving, just standing there, and somehow that was worse than if it had been approaching. It was watching, waiting. I fumbled for my phone, ready to call Tom, or maybe 911, though what would I say? There's a tall person in my yard? But as I looked back up, the figure took a step forward, and my blood turned to ice. Its movement wasn't right. It was too fluid, like each limb was independent of the others, flowing rather than stepping. Another step. It was definitely coming toward the house now. Max barked furiously, jumping up against the window. I grabbed his collar, yanking him back, afraid that whatever was out there would see him, see us, more clearly. I tried calling Tom, but the call wouldn't go through. We've always had spotty service in the house, something about the old construction materials and our location, but I'd never felt so isolated by it before. I tried 911 next, but the same thing happened. No signal. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the phone. I switched to text, typing frantically to Tom. "Someone's in the yard. Can't call. Come home." I hit send, but the message stayed there, not delivering. The figure had crossed half the yard by now, moving with unnatural speed despite its strange gait. I could see more details. It was thin, almost skeletal, dressed in what looked like dark, tattered clothing that fluttered around it, despite the fact there wasn't much wind anymore. I backed away from the window, pulling Max with me. "Kitchen," I whispered, thinking of the back door. We could get out, run to a neighbor's house. The Jenkins were only 2 houses down. They'd help. We made it to the kitchen, and I flipped on the lights, momentarily blinded by the brightness. Max was still growling, but now he was facing the back door, not following me toward it. I froze, my hand halfway to the doorknob. The tapping started, gentle at first, like fingernails against glass. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from the window above the sink. I couldn't see anything through it, just darkness. The tapping continued, growing more insistent, but I couldn't make myself move closer to look. Then it stopped. The sudden silence was worse than the tapping. Max whined, backing up against my legs. I reached down to touch his fur, seeking comfort, when I heard it, the soft creak of the back door handle turning. I hadn't locked it. Tom always reminds me to lock it when he leaves, but I'd been distracted by a delivery earlier and never went back to check it. The door opened slowly, inch by inch. I couldn't see what was pushing it, just the growing gap of darkness. Max's growl turned into frantic barking as he positioned himself between me and the door. I grabbed a knife from the block on the counter, though it felt useless in my hand. What good would a kitchen knife be against whatever was coming in? My legs felt rooted to the floor, my body frozen in terror as footsteps, soft, uneven footsteps, entered my home. The lights flickered once, twice, and then the kitchen plunged into darkness. I could hear Max snarling, moving forward. There was a thump, a yelp, and then silence. "Max?" I whispered, my voice barely audible even to myself. No response. I felt my way along the counter, trying to reach the hallway that led to the front of the house. If I could just get outside, to the street. The power seemed to be out in the entire house, but maybe the streetlights were still on. Something brushed against my arm, something cold and rough, like bark from a tree. I jerked away, biting back a scream. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel it near me, sense its presence like a hole in the air. The emergency flashlight. We kept one plugged into the outlet by the fridge, if I could reach it. I moved carefully, feeling my way in the darkness. My fingers closed around the plastic handle, and I pulled it free, pressing the button. A weak beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the kitchen floor. Max was there, lying still, his eyes open but vacant. I choked back a sob. Then the beam caught something else, a shadow stretching across the floor, impossibly long. I raised the light, following the shadow to its source. It stood in the doorway between the kitchen and the hall, a figure so tall it had to stoop under the frame. Its arms hung down, nearly touching the floor, fingers elongated into what looked like claws or branches. But it was the face, or lack of one, that made me drop the flashlight. Where features should have been, there was only a smooth, pale surface, like unfinished clay. No eyes, no mouth, yet somehow I knew it was looking at me. I knew it could see me. The flashlight rolled on the floor, the beam dancing crazily around the room before settling on the ceiling, casting everything in shadows. I backed up until I hit the counter, nowhere left to go. A voice came then, though the thing had no mouth. It was inside my head, a whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. "You're not supposed to be here." The words weren't threatening, they were stated as a simple fact, but they filled me with a dread so deep I thought I might die from it alone. "This isn't your home," the voice continued. "It was never meant for you." I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound came out. The flashlight flickered and died, plunging the kitchen back into darkness. I felt it move closer, the air growing colder with each step. Something touched my face, those long branch-like fingers tracing from my temple to my jaw. "We were here first," it whispered in my mind. "Long before your walls, long before your lights, this ground remembers us." I closed my eyes, certain these were my last moments. The touch moved to my neck, then my shoulder, then withdrew. I waited for pain, for the end, but instead I heard footsteps moving away. The back door creaked again. Then lights flooded the kitchen, not the overhead lights, but headlights through the window. A car door slammed. "Emma?" Tom's voice called from outside. "Why are all the lights off?" I slid down the counter to the floor, unable to stand any longer. Max was getting up, shaking himself as if he'd just been sleeping. The back door was closed. Had it ever been open? Tom found me like that, huddled on the kitchen floor in the dark. He thought I'd had a panic attack, that I'd freaked myself out being alone in the house. "The power was out on our whole street," he explained. "Probably a branch on a line from the wind." I tried to tell him what happened, but the words sounded crazy even to me. He checked the yard with a flashlight, finding nothing. No footprints, no evidence anyone had been there. Max seemed completely fine, following Tom around happily as he checked all the doors and windows. We stayed at a hotel that night. I refused to sleep in the house. The next day, in the bright October sunshine, I made Tom drive me back to get some clothes. Everything looked normal, ordinary. I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it all. We sold the house 2 weeks later. Tom still thinks I had some kind of breakdown, that the stress of renovating the old place got to me. He doesn't understand why I refused to talk about that night. But sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I hear that whisper again. You're not supposed to be here. And I know, with absolute certainty, that we weren't the only ones living in that house. We were just the only ones who could leave. Story 4. I've been a trucker for 23 years. Long-haul driving isn't just my job, it's been my life. I've crossed this country more times than I can count, seen every kind of weather, every kind of road, every kind of trouble you can find out there. But what happened to me 3 months ago on Highway 285 through New Mexico, I still can't explain it. I still can't sleep right thinking about it. I'm only sharing this because I need to know if anyone else has seen what I saw. The company psychologist says I'm suffering from highway hypnosis and sleep-deprived hallucinations. But I know what I experienced was real. It was late October, about 7 weeks ago. I was hauling a load of electronics from Denver down to Roswell. Not a run I do often, but the pay was good, and I needed the miles that month. My dispatcher had me on a tight schedule, so I was driving through the night to make my delivery window the next morning. The stretch of 285 through northern New Mexico is desolate as hell after dark. Just miles of empty desert highway with barely any traffic, and those little towns spaced so far apart, you start to wonder if you're the last person alive on Earth. I'd been driving about 14 hours total that day, with my proper breaks, of course, but I was tired. Not dangerous tired, I know my limits, but definitely ready to find a truck stop and crash for the night after I cleared Klein's Corners. It was around 1 in the morning. The sky was clear, stars everywhere, that kind of desert night where you can see the Milky Way stretched across the sky. The road was empty in both directions. I hadn't passed another vehicle in probably 45 minutes. My CB radio had been quiet for hours, just static. I usually keep it on channel 19, the main trucker channel, but sometimes I'll scan just to have some kind of noise to keep me company. That night, the airwaves were dead quiet, until they weren't. I was about 20 miles north of Vaughn when my CB suddenly crackled to life. The static cleared, and this voice came through. Not loud, almost a whisper. A man's voice, but strange, kind of flat and emotionless. "Do you see it?" the voice asked. I figured it was some driver trying to warn about a speed trap or road hazard, so I picked up my mic. "Negative. See what? Where you at?" I responded. "Nothing. Just static again." I called out a couple more times but got no response. I was about to switch back to scanning when I spotted something ahead on the shoulder of the highway. Hazard lights, blinking yellow in the darkness. As I got closer, I could make out the silhouette of a semi parked on the shoulder. At first, I thought nothing of it. Trucks pull over all the time for various reasons. But something about this one made the hair on my arms stand up. Maybe it was the way the hazard lights seemed to pulse rather than blink normally. Maybe it was how perfectly still it sat in the darkness. I slowed down as I approached. The truck was old, really old, like 1970s model old. A Peterbilt, I think, but it was hard to tell because the thing was so rusty and weathered. The paint job might have been blue once, but now it was mostly just oxidized metal. The trailer was a standard box trailer, also ancient looking, with faded lettering I couldn't make out. Now, there's an unwritten code among truckers. If someone's broken down, you stop and help if you can, especially in the middle of nowhere at night. But everything in me was screaming to keep driving. I can't explain why, just a gut feeling, I guess. But 23 years on the road, you learn to trust your instincts. Still, I couldn't just drive past. What if someone was in trouble? I pulled over about 50 feet ahead of the truck and put on my own hazards. I grabbed my flashlight from the glove box and my phone. No signal, of course. There never is on that stretch. I climbed down from my cab and started walking back toward the other truck. The night was dead silent except for the faint click-click of both our hazard lights. No wind, no traffic, nothing. And it was cold, that bone-chilling desert cold that comes after sundown in October. As I got closer, I noticed there were no dot numbers on the truck's cab. No company name either, just rust and peeling paint. The windows were so dirty I couldn't see inside. "Hello," I called out. "You need any help?" No answer. I approached the driver's side and shined my flashlight through the window. Empty. The interior looked untouched for years. Cracked vinyl seats, an ancient dashboard with analog gauges, a layer of dust over everything. But the key was in the ignition, and somehow those hazard lights were still blinking. I tried the door handle. It was unlocked. The door creaked open, like it hadn't been opened in decades. That's when I noticed the smell. At first I thought it was just that musty odor you get in abandoned vehicles. Mildew, old upholstery, stale air. But this was different, worse. It reminded me of the time I found a dead raccoon under my porch, that sickly sweet smell of decomposition, but stronger, much stronger. And it wasn't coming from the cab, it was coming from the trailer. I should have left right then. Should have gotten back in my truck and called highway patrol once I had cell service again. But something made me walk toward the back of the trailer. Maybe it was morbid curiosity. Maybe it was concern that someone might be hurt inside. I don't know. The rear doors of the trailer had a padlock, but it was hanging open, unlocked. One of the doors was slightly ajar, just an inch or two. The smell was overwhelming now. I pulled my shirt up over my nose and mouth. I reached out and pulled the door open wider. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness inside the trailer. At first, I couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. The trailer wasn't empty, but it didn't contain cargo either. There were people inside. At least they looked like people. They were huddled against the walls and in the corners, dozens of them. Men, women, maybe even some children, it was hard to tell. They were all completely still. Their skin was pale, not just white, but almost translucent. I could see dark veins beneath the surface. Their eyes were open but completely unblinking, staring at nothing. Their mouths were frozen in these silent screams. I stumbled backward, dropping my flashlight. It hit the asphalt and rolled under the trailer, the beam sweeping across those things, one last time before disappearing. In the darkness, I thought I saw movement inside the trailer. One of the figures shifted position, just slightly. Then another. Their heads began to turn, slowly, mechanically, until they were all facing me. I ran. I've never run so fast in my life. Back to my truck, fumbling with the door handle, practically throwing myself into the cab. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. As I was pulling away, I looked in my side mirror. The truck was gone. Not just the people in the trailer, the entire rig. The shoulder was empty. No hazard lights, no ancient Peterbilt, nothing. Just empty highway stretching into darkness. I drove nonstop to the next town, pulled into the first gas station I saw, and sat there with the engine running until dawn. I didn't sleep, couldn't sleep. I kept seeing those faces, those silent screams. I considered calling the police, but what would I say? I saw a ghost truck full of... what? Corpses? Monsters? Hallucinations? I'd lose my CDL for sure if I reported something like that. I convinced myself I had nodded off while driving. Highway hypnosis, like the company shrink would later suggest. a waking dream caused by fatigue and the monotony of the road. I finished my delivery in Roswell and took 3 days off before my next haul. But that wasn't the end of it. 2 weeks later, I was driving a route from Phoenix to Oklahoma City. Different road, different state, but still night driving. Around midnight, my CB crackled to life again. Do you see it? The same voice, the same flat, emotionless tone. My blood ran cold. I didn't answer. It's coming, the voice added this time. I switched channels, turned the CB off completely, turned on the radio instead, found some late-night talk show, and cranked the volume. An hour later, I spotted hazard lights on the shoulder ahead. I didn't stop. I didn't slow down. But as I passed the truck, the same rusted old Peterbilt, I swear I saw something in my peripheral vision. A face in the driver's window, watching me pass. Not a human face, something else. Since then, I've seen that truck 3 more times, always at night, always on different stretches of highway, but somehow always when I'm alone on the road. Sometimes it's parked on the shoulder. Sometimes it's driving in the opposite direction. Once, I spotted it in my rearview mirror, following me for miles before disappearing when another vehicle came into view. Last week, I was at a truck stop in Amarillo, got talking with some other drivers, and I cautiously brought up Highway 285 through New Mexico, asked if anyone had experienced anything strange there. One older driver got real quiet. He wouldn't look at me directly, just stared into his coffee. Finally, he asked, "You heard the voice on the CB?" I nodded. "Did you stop?" he asked. When I told him I had, he shook his head slowly. "You shouldn't have done that. Now it knows you." He wouldn't say anything more, just paid for his coffee and left. I've started researching that stretch of highway since then. Turns out there have been an unusual number of disappearances along 285 over the years, mostly solo drivers. They find the trucks abandoned, sometimes still running, but the drivers are just gone. Authorities blame it on fatigue, on drivers wandering off disoriented after accidents, on hitchhiker attacks. But I think it's something else. I think that highway is somehow alive, hungry. I think it lures drivers who are alone, tired, vulnerable. And I think what I saw in that trailer were its previous victims, somehow preserved in some state between life and death. I've requested routes that avoid New Mexico entirely now. I don't drive at night anymore if I can help it. And I've disabled my CB radio permanently. But I know it's still out there, waiting. Because sometimes, even when I'm home in my own bed, I wake up in the middle of the night and swear I can hear a voice whispering from somewhere in the darkness. Do you see it? It's coming. I'm afraid one night I'll open my eyes and see those pale faces staring back at me, mouths frozen in silent screams. Story 5. I still wake up sometimes in a cold sweat, frantically checking my location on Google Maps. It's been 3 months since that night, and I'm still not convinced I actually made it out. Maybe I'm still there, just experiencing some kind of hallucination that makes me think I escaped. I know how that sounds, but you weren't there. You didn't see what I saw. It was supposed to be a straightforward drive from Chicago to Denver. I had a job interview the next afternoon that could have changed everything for me. After 5 years stuck in a dead-end position at a marketing firm that was clearly going nowhere, this opportunity felt like my last chance to turn things around before hitting 30. The position paid almost double what I was making, and honestly, I was desperate for a change of scenery. I left Chicago around noon, figuring I'd drive until I got tired, find a motel somewhere in Nebraska, then finish the trip in the morning. The drive was boring but uneventful for the first 10 hours. Just me, my podcasts, and the endless flat landscape of the Midwest. I stopped a few times for gas and snacks, but otherwise kept a steady pace. It was around midnight when things started to get weird. I was somewhere in western Nebraska, had been driving for hours with barely any other cars on the road. My eyes were getting heavy, and I was considering pulling over at the next exit to find a place to crash for the night. The moon was full, casting this eerie blue glow over the empty fields on either side of the highway. I remember glancing down at my GPS to check how much further until the next town when it suddenly glitched out. The screen went blank for a second, then came back with this weird pixelated map that didn't match where I was. I tried refreshing it, but it kept showing me somewhere in Wyoming, which was impossible given how long I'd been driving. That's when I saw the exit sign. Exit 233, Merrow Road. It appeared so suddenly that I nearly missed it. The sign was old and faded, like it had been there for decades without maintenance. What struck me as odd was that it wasn't on my GPS at all, even before it glitched. But I was tired, my eyes were burning, and I figured there might be a motel or at least a gas station where I could get some coffee. So I took the exit. God, I wish I'd just kept driving. The exit ramp curved sharply, much more so than a normal highway exit. As soon as I turned off, the landscape changed dramatically. Instead of the open fields I'd been passing for hours, suddenly there were dense trees on both sides of the road, like impossibly dense. Nebraska isn't known for its forests, especially not ones with trees so tall and thick they completely block out the moonlight. But there I was, driving down this narrow, crumbling asphalt road with a forest closing in on both sides. The road got worse the further I went. The pavement was cracked and full of potholes, forcing me to slow down to about 20 miles per hour. My headlights seemed dimmer somehow, barely penetrating the darkness ahead. I kept thinking I should turn around, but there was nowhere to do it. The road was too narrow, with steep ditches on both sides. After about 10 minutes of increasingly tight curves, the trees suddenly opened up to reveal an old gas station. It was one of those ancient ones with just 2 pumps and a small store attached. The whole place looked like it hadn't been updated since the 70s. The paint was peeling off in large sheets, and there was just a single light above the entrance, flickering on and off in an irregular pattern. I pulled up to the pumps more out of necessity than choice. My gas gauge was showing about a quarter tank, and I had no idea how far it was to the next station. Plus, I desperately needed to use a bathroom and maybe get some caffeine in my system. The place looked abandoned. No cars parked anywhere, no lights inside except for a faint glow from what looked like an old refrigerator case. I sat in my car for a minute, debating whether to just drive on, but my bladder made the decision for me. I got out, locked my car, something I rarely bother with in small towns, and walked to the store entrance. The door made this horrible creaking sound when I pushed it open, and a wave of musty air hit me. The inside was worse than the outside, dust-covered shelves with products that looked decades old. I'm talking glass bottles of Coke with the old logo, candy bars in packaging I haven't seen since I was a kid, those kinds of things. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed and flickered, making it hard to see clearly. "Hello?" I called out. No answer. I walked further in, looking for a bathroom or any sign of human life. The floor was sticky beneath my shoes, making this gross peeling sound with each step. The place was dead silent, except for the humming of the old refrigerator and that buzzing light. At the counter, There was one of those old-fashioned service bells, you know, the kind you hit with your palm. No modern cash register, just an ancient mechanical one with metal keys. No credit card machine, no lottery tickets, none of the usual stuff you'd see at even the most remote gas station. I needed to find a bathroom, so I hit the bell. It made a shrill ring that seemed way too loud in the silent store. I waited for maybe 30 seconds, but nobody came. I was about to give up when I heard it, a shuffling sound coming from somewhere in the back of the store. "Hello? I just need to use the bathroom," I called out again. The shuffling got louder, and I saw movement in the shadowy hallway behind the counter. At first, I thought it was just the store owner or attendant coming to help me. But then I don't even know how to describe it. It wasn't a normal shadow. It was distorted somehow, like the proportions were all wrong. Too tall, too thin in some places, too wide in others. It moved in a way that didn't seem human. I froze. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to run, but I couldn't move. The shadow paused at the edge of the hallway, just out of the direct light. I could feel it watching me, though I couldn't make out any features. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, it was gone, retreating back into the darkness. That's when the bell rang. Not the one I had hit. It rang by itself. A clear, loud ding that cut through the silence, then again and again, like someone was repeatedly hitting it, but there was nobody there. I ran. I didn't even think about it. My body just moved. I bolted out the door, nearly tripping over my own feet, and scrambled into my car. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. The engine started on the first try, thank God, and I floored it, not even bothering to turn on my headlights until I was already speeding down the road. In my rearview mirror, I could see the gas station getting smaller, that single flickering light growing more distant. I was breathing so hard I thought I might pass out, but I kept driving, desperate to get back to the highway. The road seemed different going back. The curves were in different places, the trees closer to the edge. I drove for what felt like 10 minutes, which should have been more than enough time to reach the highway, but there was no sign of it. I slowed down, thinking maybe I'd missed a turn, when I glanced in my rearview mirror again. The gas station was still visible in the distance, not smaller, like it should have been after driving away from it. It looked the same size as when I'd left, like I hadn't moved at all. I pressed the gas pedal harder, pushing my car to 50, then 60 on that narrow, crumbling road. The tires screeched on the tight turns, and I nearly lost control several times, but I was desperate to put distance between me and that place. 5 more minutes of driving, and I looked in the mirror again. The gas station was still there, that damn flickering light still visible. I started to panic, pressing the accelerator to the floor. The engine whined in protest as I pushed it past 70. Then I saw it, the exit 233 sign up ahead. The same faded sign I'd seen from the highway. But that was impossible. I'd been driving away from the exit, not toward it. I slammed on the brakes, skidding to a halt just before the sign. I sat there, engine idling, trying to make sense of what was happening. Had I somehow gotten turned around? Was I just so tired that I was getting confused? I pulled out my phone to check GPS, but there was no signal, not even a single bar. After catching my breath, I decided to try again. I turned the car around and drove in the opposite direction, away from the exit sign. The road straightened out a bit, and I maintained a steady speed, carefully watching the odometer. 1 mile, 2 miles, 3 miles. Something appeared in my rearview mirror, headlights, bright and closing fast. There hadn't been another car on this road the whole time. and now suddenly someone was bearing down on me like they were in a race. The lights grew larger, getting so close I couldn't see anything else in my mirror. I sped up, pushing 80 now, but the headlights stayed right behind me, so close they should have been bumping my rear bumper. But there was no impact, just those blinding lights. Then they vanished. Not like they turned off or pulled over. They literally disappeared in an instant. 1 second they were there, the next, nothing but darkness behind me. I was so focused on the mirror that I almost missed what was ahead, the gas station. The same damn gas station, with its peeling paint and single flickering light. Somehow, I'd looped back to it again. I pulled over and shut off the engine, my hands trembling uncontrollably. This wasn't possible. Roads don't just loop back on themselves like this. I closed my eyes, counted to 10, and opened them again, half expecting the scene to change. But the gas station remained, that light still, flickering in the same irregular pattern. That's when the realization hit me. I was trapped. Somehow, taking that exit had pulled me into something I couldn't escape. Every road led back to that gas station. That's when the panic really set in, the kind that makes your chest tight and your vision narrow. I actually started hyperventilating, had to put my head between my knees until the dizziness passed. When I looked up again, there was someone, or something, standing by the gas pumps, just standing there, perfectly still, watching my car. Even from that distance, I could tell the proportions were wrong, just like the shadow I'd seen inside. Too tall, too thin, arms hanging too low. I turned the key in the ignition and the engine sputtered but didn't start. I tried again and again. Nothing. The figure by the pump started moving toward my car with an unnatural gait, like its joints bent in the wrong directions. On the fourth try, the engine roared to life. I didn't hesitate. I slammed it into drive and tore out of there, not caring about the road conditions anymore. I just drove as fast as I could, taking random turns whenever the road forked, desperate to find any way out. I don't know how long I drove like that. Hours, maybe. Every road eventually curved back to that gas station. Every turn eventually revealed that exit 233 sign. The headlights would appear behind me, chase me for a while, then vanish. It was like being stuck in some kind of hellish loop. I remember checking my watch at some point. It was 4 in the morning, and I'd been driving in circles for hours. My gas gauge was getting dangerously low. I was exhausted, terrified, and starting to think I'd never escape. Then I saw something different. A dirt road I hadn't noticed before, barely visible between the trees. Without thinking, I swerved onto it, the car bouncing violently on the uneven surface. The path was so narrow that branches scraped against both sides of my car, leaving scratches I can still see today. The dirt road got worse the further I went, becoming little more than a trail. I was about to turn back when the trees suddenly opened up, and there was the highway, the actual highway, with its wide lanes and reflective markers. I practically cried with relief as I pulled onto the asphalt. My GPS immediately came back to life, showing my location on I-80 in Nebraska. I drove non-stop to the next town, pulled into the first motel I saw, and collapsed in a room. The next morning I tried to find exit 233 on maps. It doesn't exist. There is no Merrow Road in that part of Nebraska. I've searched online for similar experiences, for any mention of that exit or that gas station, but found nothing. I missed my job interview. I drove straight back to Chicago instead. Sometimes I wonder if I hallucinated the whole thing from driving too long without rest. But then I look at the scratches on my car, and I remember that figure by the gas pumps, and I know it was real. I don't take road trips anymore. I don't drive at night, and I never ever take exits that aren't on my GPS. Story 6. I'll be honest, I've been a long-haul trucker for 15 years, and I never believed in ghost stories. The CB radio is always full of tall tales about phantom hitchhikers and haunted stretches of highway. I'd laugh along with the other guys, but never gave those stories a second thought. That changed last December on a run from Salt Lake City to Minneapolis. It was supposed to be a routine haul. I've done that route dozens of times, but the weather forecast was calling for snow across Wyoming and South Dakota. My dispatcher asked if I wanted to delay a day, but I've driven through plenty of storms before. Plus, I had promised my daughter I'd be home for her winter concert, and I wasn't about to miss it. 15 years on the road means I've missed enough important moments already. I left Salt Lake around noon with clear skies, figuring I'd get through most of Wyoming before the storm hit. My rig was running great, a Peterbilt I've had for about 3 years now. I call her Betsy. We've logged over 300,000 miles together, and she's never let me down. The snow started falling around 7 that evening, just as I was crossing into eastern Wyoming. Nothing major at first, just light flurries. I stopped at a truck stop in Gillette for some coffee and a sandwich. The place was packed with drivers waiting out the storm. The TV in the corner was showing the weather report, a massive system moving in that would dump over a foot of snow across the region. "You heading out in this mess?" asked the cashier as I paid for my coffee. "Planning to. Need to make Minneapolis by tomorrow night." She shook her head. "Be careful out there. They're saying it's going to get real bad around midnight." I thanked her and headed back to my truck. I should have listened. I should have stayed put like the other drivers. But I've always prided myself on making my deliveries on time, and a little snow wasn't going to stop me. At least that's what I thought. By 10:30, the snow was coming down so hard I could barely see 20 feet in front of me. I had slowed to about 30 miles per hour, and my knuckles were white from gripping the steering wheel. The wipers were struggling to keep up, and the highway had disappeared under a blanket of white. I was starting to think I'd made a serious mistake, but I was already halfway between towns with nowhere to pull off. That's when I saw it, around 11 o'clock, just as I was approaching the Wyoming-South Dakota border. An old semi pulled off on the shoulder, hazard lights blinking weakly through the snow. It was an ancient freightliner, probably from the 90s, with faded blue paint peeling off the cab. Even in the blizzard, I could tell it was in rough shape. I slowed down as I passed, partly out of caution and partly to check if the driver needed help. That's when I saw him. The man behind the wheel was just sitting there, staring straight ahead with the widest eyes I've ever seen. His face was so pale it almost glowed in the darkness. He didn't move as I passed by, didn't turn his head or acknowledge me in any way, just stared forward with those unblinking eyes. Something about him made my skin crawl. In this business, you develop a sense for when something isn't right. This definitely wasn't right. But I kept driving. The storm was getting worse, and I told myself he probably had help on the way already. About an hour later, I couldn't go any further. The snow was coming down in white sheets, and the wind was rocking my truck. I spotted a rest area sign and decided to pull in and wait out the worst of the storm. The place was completely deserted, not even a maintenance vehicle in sight. Just an empty parking lot, a small bathroom building, and me. I backed into a spot far from the entrance, killed the engine, and climbed into the sleeper berth. I figured I'd get a few hours of sleep and continue when the storm let up. I texted my wife to let her know I was stopping for the night, set my alarm for 5 in the morning, and settled in. I must have dozed off pretty quickly because the next thing I remember is waking up suddenly, my heart racing. Something had pulled me from sleep, a sound. I lay there in the dark, listening. The wind was still howling outside, whistling around the edges of my truck. But there was something else. Tap, tap, tap. A soft sound against the passenger window. At first, I thought it was just ice or snow hitting the glass, but it was too rhythmic, too deliberate. Tap, tap, tap. I sat up, straining to see through the darkness. The interior of the cab was freezing. I could see my breath clouding in front of me, which was strange because even with the engine off, the insulation in these trucks usually keeps the temperature pretty stable for several hours. Tap, tap, tap. This time I was sure someone was outside my truck. I reached for the flashlight I keep next to my bunk and crawled back into the driver's seat. The windows were frosted over, but I could make out a dark shape on the passenger side. A person standing in the snow. My first thought was that some poor soul had gotten stranded and needed help. I wiped the condensation from the inside of the window and shined my flashlight through the glass. My blood turned to ice. It was him, the same man I'd seen in the abandoned truck over an hour ago and miles back. He was standing perfectly still in the blowing snow, wearing just a thin jacket that flapped in the wind. No hat, no gloves, nothing else to protect him from the sub-zero temperatures. His skin looked even paler up close, almost gray, and his eyes were fixed on me, wide and unblinking despite the snow hitting his face. But what terrified me most was that he wasn't shivering, not even slightly. He should have been convulsing from hypothermia, but he stood motionless, as if the cold didn't affect him at all. "Let me in," he mouthed through the glass. His lips barely moved, but somehow I heard the words clearly in my head. "Let me in." I was paralyzed with fear. There was no way, no possible way, this man could have gotten from his truck to this rest stop. Not in this weather, not without transportation. The rest area was empty except for my rig. "Let me in," he repeated, and this time he raised his hand and pressed it against the window. His fingers were bone white, the nails tinged blue. I noticed there was no fog where his breath should have hit the glass. I shook my head and scrambled backward into my sleeper berth, never taking my eyes off him. He continued to stare, his expression never changing, his hand still pressed against the window. Then, without warning, he turned and walked away. He didn't hurry, didn't struggle through the knee-deep snow. He just walked with that same mechanical stride until the darkness swallowed him. I didn't sleep another minute that night. I sat with my back against the far wall of my sleeper, clutching my phone and a tire iron I keep for emergencies. Every noise, every creak of the truck's metal contracting in the cold, every gust of wind made me jump. When dawn finally broke, the storm had passed. I started the engine with shaking hands and pulled out of that rest area as fast as I safely could. I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting to see that man following me somehow. I stopped at the first truck stop I came to across the South Dakota border. My hands were still trembling as I poured myself a cup of coffee. I must have looked as shaken as I felt because another trucker at the counter gave me a concerned look. "You all right, buddy? Rough night?" I hesitated, not wanting to sound crazy, but needing to tell someone. I described what had happened. The abandoned truck, the man at the rest stop, everything. The other driver's face grew serious. "Where'd you say you saw that truck? Near the state line?" When I nodded, he exchanged glances with an older trucker sitting nearby. "You heard the story, right?" the older man asked. "About the ghost trucker?" I shook my head. "Happened maybe 10 years ago," the older driver continued, lowering his voice. Guy got caught in a blizzard just like last night. Highway patrol found his rig on the shoulder near the border. He'd run out of fuel, and his heater stopped working. They found him frozen solid in the driver's seat, staring straight ahead. Story goes he wanders that stretch of highway now, especially during snowstorms. Knocks on truck doors, asking to be let in. "That's just a story," I said, but my voice lacked conviction. "Maybe," the first driver shrugged, "but every winter we get reports from drivers who see the same thing. An old blue Freightliner on the shoulder, a pale man walking through snowstorms, knocking on truck doors." I finished my coffee in silence, trying to convince myself it was just a coincidence. Maybe I'd seen a stranded driver who somehow made it to the same rest stop I did. Maybe the truckers were playing a joke on me. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen wasn't natural. The way he moved, the cold that seemed to radiate from him, those unblinking eyes, none of it was normal. I made it to Minneapolis the next day, delivered my load, and drove home without incident. I told my wife I was thinking about taking a break from long-haul routes for a while. I couldn't bring myself to tell her why. It's been 3 months now, and I've gone back to driving. Bills don't pay themselves, but I've requested routes that keep me south of the Wyoming-South Dakota border. And despite what I tell myself in the daylight, I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, thinking I hear that soft tapping on my window. I don't know what would have happened if I'd opened my door that night. I don't want to know. But whenever I hear other drivers talking about taking shortcuts through Wyoming during snowstorms, I make sure to warn them. Stay on the main roads. Don't stop if you see an old blue truck on the shoulder. And whatever you do, don't open your door if someone comes knocking in the night. Story 7. I can't sleep anymore. Not since that night at Kessler's shop. I'm writing this down because I need someone to know what happened, even if no one believes me. Maybe putting it into words will help me make sense of it all, but I doubt it. It all started last Friday when Jake suggested we do something different for the weekend. Our town, Millbrook, isn't exactly buzzing with excitement. The mall closes at 9, the one movie theater shows films that came out months ago, and the bowling alley smells like feet. So when Jake mentioned breaking into Old Man Kessler's abandoned toy shop, it actually sounded fun. Stupid, but fun. Everyone in Millbrook knows about Kessler's. It's that creepy Victorian building on Elm Street that's been boarded up since the 80s. My grandma used to tell me stories about how Mr. Kessler made the most beautiful dolls you'd ever seen, with glass eyes so realistic they seemed to follow you around the room. Then one day, he just vanished. Some say he went crazy. Others claim he was trying to find a way to put actual souls into his dolls. Classic small-town ghost story stuff. So there we were, me, Jake, Melissa, and Chris, standing outside this dilapidated shop at 11:30 at night. The wooden boards over the windows were rotting, and Jake found one loose enough to pry off. He went in first, then Chris, followed by Melissa. I hesitated, feeling this weird pressure in my chest, like my body was physically warning me not to go in. But I didn't want to be the chicken, so I climbed through. The smell hit me first, musty and thick, like old books mixed with something sickly sweet. Jake's flashlight beam bounced around the room, revealing dusty display cases and shelves still lined with dolls. Not just a few, hundreds of them. All arranged neatly, sitting upright, their little legs dangling over the edges. In the flashlight's glow, their glass eyes reflected like tiny mirrors. "Holy shit," Chris whispered. "They're still here." I remember thinking how weird that was. The place had been abandoned for decades. Why hadn't anyone cleared it out? Why were all these dolls still perfectly arranged like the shop was going to open for business tomorrow? Jake moved his light across the room, revealing more shelves, more dolls. They were beautiful in a disturbing way. Porcelain faces with rosy cheeks, real human hair styled in ringlets, detailed Victorian-style clothing. Some were small enough to fit in your palm, others nearly the size of a toddler. "Let's find something good to take," Jake said, already opening display cases. Melissa giggled nervously, picking up a small doll with blonde curls. "This one looks just like my sister's doll," she said. "Remember that one she carried everywhere, Lily?" I nodded, but I wasn't really paying attention. Something across the room had caught my eye. A door. Not the front entrance, but a narrow door behind the counter, barely visible in the dim light. It was slightly ajar. "Hey guys," I called out. "There's another room back here." I shouldn't have said anything. I should have just stayed with the others, maybe stolen a stupid doll as a souvenir and left. But I didn't. I walked toward that door while the others were distracted, examining shelves and cabinets. The door creaked when I pushed it open wider. Behind it was a narrow staircase leading down, a basement. I shined my phone's flashlight down the steps, revealing worn wooden stairs disappearing into darkness. "Guys, I found a basement," I called back. "Probably just storage," Chris replied, not even looking my way. "Check out this cash register. Think it still has money in it?" I should have listened to the voice in my head screaming at me to walk away. Instead, I took the first step down. The wood groaned under my weight. The air felt colder as I descended, heavier somehow, pressing against my skin. The basement was larger than I expected, stretching out under the entire shop. More shelves lined the walls, but these held different dolls, unfinished ones. Headless bodies, limbs without torsos, faces without eyes. In the center of the room stood a large workbench, covered in tools I didn't recognize. Tiny hammers, pliers, brushes, jars filled with what looked like glass eyes in different colors. And sitting on the bench facing me was a single, complete doll. Unlike the others upstairs, this one wasn't antique. It looked new. A girl doll with dark hair falling past her shoulders, wearing a simple white dress. Its eyes were closed, which struck me as odd since all the others had open, staring eyes. I moved closer, fascinated despite my growing unease. The craftsmanship was incredible. You could see individual strands of eyelashes, tiny pores in the skin, even faint blue veins painted on the backs of its hands. It looked so real that for a split second, I thought it might be an actual child. Without thinking, I reached out and touched its hand. The doll's eyes snapped open. I jumped back, nearly dropping my phone. The eyes were a deep green, unnaturally bright, and they fixed directly on me. I told myself it was just some mechanical feature, like those dolls that blink when you tilt them. But then its head turned, slowly, mechanically, to follow my movement. A creaking sound came from behind me, then another and another. I turned around, and in the dim light of my flashlight, I saw the unfinished dolls moving, tiny porcelain hands gripping shelf edges, headless bodies sitting up, limbless torsos rolling toward the edges of their shelves. I was frozen, unable to process what I was seeing. Then came a voice, high-pitched, childlike, but with a malicious undertone that made my blood run cold. "You shouldn't have come here." I spun back around. The doll on the workbench was now sitting upright, its legs dangling over the edge. Its mouth, which I could have sworn was molded shut before, was now slightly open, revealing tiny teeth. That's when I ran. I didn't scream. terror had stolen my voice. I just turned and bolted for the stairs, feeling the air disturbed behind me as things moved in the darkness. My foot caught on the first step, and I fell, scraping my palms on the rough wood. I scrambled up, not looking back, taking the stairs 2 at a time. I burst through the door into the main shop, gasping for breath. My friends turned toward me, startled. "Guys, we need to leave, now." My voice didn't even sound like my own. Jake laughed. "What, did you see a ghost down there?" Before I could answer, a sound came from the stairwell behind me, a light, rhythmic tapping, like tiny footsteps on wood. "What's that?" Melissa asked, her smile fading. The tapping grew louder, multiplied. Not just one set of footsteps, but many. Small objects began appearing at the top of the stairs, little hands gripping the doorframe, doll heads peering around the corner. That's when we all started screaming. Jake dropped his flashlight, plunging the room into near darkness. I saw Melissa stumble into a shelf, sending dolls crashing to the floor. But they didn't stay down. They began moving, crawling across the floor toward us. Chris reached the window first, practically diving through it. Melissa followed. I was right behind her, but something grabbed my ankle, tiny, strong fingers digging into my skin. I kicked wildly, connecting with something solid that made a cracking sound like breaking porcelain. Then Jake was pulling me through the window, and we were running down the street, not stopping until we reached his car parked 2 blocks away. We drove in complete silence. Nobody asked what happened in the basement. Nobody talked about the dolls moving. It was like we all silently agreed to pretend it never happened. That was 3 days ago. We haven't spoken about it since. Jake texted me yesterday asking if I wanted to hang out like normal, as if that night never happened. Melissa posted selfies at the mall. Chris is back to posting about his basketball games. But I can't pretend, because it's not over for me. The first night after, I woke up at 3 in the morning to a tapping sound at my window. I told myself it was just a tree branch, but we don't have trees near my bedroom. I pulled the curtains shut and hid under my covers until morning. Last night I found one of my childhood dolls, one I'd packed away years ago, sitting on my dresser. I don't remember taking it out. I threw it in the trash outside immediately. This morning, it was back on my dresser. The worst part is the feeling of being watched, constantly. Even now as I'm writing this, I feel eyes on me. I'll be alone in my room and catch a glimpse of movement from the corner of my eye. But when I turn, nothing's there. Or I'll be in the shower and think I hear a child's laugh over the running water. I tried to research Kessler online today. There wasn't much, just old newspaper clippings about his shop opening in 1957, and then a small article about his disappearance in 1984. But I did find one interesting detail. Before he vanished, several children in town had gone missing. The cases were never solved. I'm writing this from my bedroom, with my back against the wall so nothing can sneak up behind me. It's almost midnight now. The tapping at my window started about 10 minutes ago. It sounds like tiny fingernails on glass, like something small trying to get in. I haven't told my parents. What would I even say? That I broke into an abandoned building and now I'm being haunted by dolls? They'd think I was on drugs. I drove past the shop this afternoon. The board we removed had been placed back over the window. Not nailed, just placed there, as if someone, or something, had carefully put it back in position from the inside. As I sat in my car staring at the building, I swear I heard faint music coming from inside, a tinkling melody like from an old music box, and underneath it, whispers. Children's voices calling out, but not in fear. They sounded hungry. I don't know what to do. I don't know if writing this will help, but I need someone to know what happened at Kessler's shop. because I don't think those dolls are going to leave me alone. I think they're waiting, watching, and sooner or later, they're going to do more than just tap on my window. The tapping's getting louder now, more insistent, and I just noticed something that's making my heart race. A small handprint on the inside of my window, like something touched the condensation from inside my room. I need to go check it out. I'll update this later if I can. If I can. Story 8. I moved to Maple Street about 6 months ago, looking for some peace and quiet after living in the city center for nearly a decade. Nothing fancy, just a modest 2-bedroom place with a small yard. The neighborhood seemed perfect, quiet, well-kept, with neighbors who waved but didn't intrude. Exactly what I wanted. At first, I barely noticed the McPhersons next door. They were just the quiet couple in the blue house who kept to themselves. Mr. McPherson would sometimes nod when we crossed paths, but Mrs. McPherson I only glimpsed through windows or getting into their car. I figured they were just private people, and honestly, that suited me fine. But after about 3 weeks, I started noticing things. Small things at first. Their blinds were always closed, not just at night, but 24/7. Even on beautiful spring days when everyone else had windows open. I remember thinking it was a bit odd, but hey, some people are just like that, right? What really caught my attention was their garbage situation. Their bins were constantly overflowing, but I never once saw either of them wheel them to the curb on collection day. Sometimes the garbage truck would just pass their house entirely. I wondered if they had some special arrangement, but it seemed strange. Then there was Mr. McPherson's habit. About 3 times a week, usually in the late afternoon, he would stand at the end of his driveway and just stare. Not at anything in particular, just gazing blankly down the street. He'd stay there for 20, sometimes 30 minutes, completely motionless. No phone, no book, just standing there like he was waiting for something that never came. I remember the first time I tried to engage with him during one of these episodes. I was coming back from a run and waved, saying something generic like, "Beautiful day, isn't it?" He turned to me so slowly it was unsettling, his eyes taking a moment, too long to focus on me. "Yes," he said, after what felt like forever. "Beautiful." His voice was flat, almost mechanical. Then he turned back to staring at nothing, as if I'd never interrupted. I hurried inside and took a shower, trying to shake off the weird feeling he'd given me. Things escalated about 2 months after I moved in. I was up late one night, around 2 in the morning, scrolling through my phone when I noticed a light come on in the McPhersons' backyard. Curious, I peeked through my blinds. What I saw still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. Both Mr. and Mrs. McPherson were standing in their backyard, completely motionless, facing their house. They weren't talking, weren't doing anything at all, just standing there in the dim light of what must have been their kitchen window, perfectly still, like mannequins someone had placed there. I watched for nearly 15 minutes, and they never moved, not once. Finally, I went back to bed, telling myself they were maybe stargazing or something. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. There was something profoundly wrong about the way they stood there, something that made my chest tight with anxiety. The next morning, I almost convinced myself I'd dreamed it. Almost. A week later, I was jolted awake at around 3 in the morning by a violent banging noise from next door. It was so loud I thought someone was trying to break down a door. I sat straight up in bed, heart pounding. Then I heard muffled voices, angry voices. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but the tone was unmistakable. Someone was furious. The argument went on for maybe 5 minutes, then abruptly stopped. I sat in the dark, straining to hear more, but there was nothing. Until about 20 minutes later, when I heard their back door open, I crept to my window, careful to stay hidden behind the curtain. Mr. McPherson was in their backyard, dragging something across the lawn toward a small shed at the back of their property. Something large and bulky, wrapped in what looked like a black plastic garbage bag. It was clearly heavy. He was struggling with it. My mouth went dry. My first thought was ridiculous. He couldn't be dragging a body, right? That was just my imagination running wild from too many crime shows. But watching him strain to pull that bulging bag across the lawn, disappear into the shed for several minutes, then return empty-handed, I couldn't shake the horrible feeling in my gut. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. The next day, I kept glancing out my window, watching their house. Everything seemed normal. Mr. McPherson left for work at his usual time. Mrs. McPherson didn't appear at all. The house sat quiet and still, blinds drawn as always. I debated calling the police all day. What would I even say? My neighbors are weird, and I saw one of them dragging a heavy trash bag at night. They'd think I was crazy or nosy or both. 3 days later, I noticed something new, a patch of freshly dug dirt near the shed. It wasn't large, maybe 3 feet by 2 feet, but it was unmistakably recent, darker than the surrounding soil, slightly raised. My stomach dropped. That night, I called the non-emergency police line. I tried to sound calm as I explained my concerns, but I'm sure the dispatcher could hear the tremor in my voice. They said they'd send someone to check it out, but I could tell they weren't taking it very seriously. 2 officers showed up the next day. I watched from my window as they knocked on the McPherson's door. Mr. McPherson answered, looking completely normal and at ease. They talked for a few minutes on the porch. He gestured a lot with his hands, smiling occasionally. Then, to my surprise, he invited them inside. They were in there for maybe 15 minutes before emerging, all 3 of them looking relaxed. Mr. McPherson shook their hands, and they left. No inspection of the backyard, no questions to neighbors, nothing. One of the officers stopped by my house afterward. He explained that the McPhersons were very understanding about my concerns. Apparently, Mr. McPherson had told them he'd been burying their pet hamster in the backyard, and the black bag I'd seen was just some old electronics he was storing in the shed. The officer assured me everything was fine and suggested, gently but firmly, that I might want to give my neighbors some privacy. I felt foolish and embarrassed. Of course, there was a reasonable explanation. I was letting my imagination run wild. That night, there was another loud noise from next door. This time it was different, a crash, like breaking glass, followed by what I can only describe as a blood-curdling scream. It was brief, cut off suddenly, but unmistakable. My blood turned to ice. I grabbed my phone to call 911 but hesitated. What if they thought I was just causing trouble again? What if it was just a TV show turned up too loud? Then I heard their back door open. Heart pounding, I went to the window. Mr. McPherson was in the yard again, with another black bag. This one was smaller than the last, but he was handling it with the same care, the same difficulty. As he dragged it toward the shed, I saw something that made me gasp out loud, a dark stain spreading at one corner of the bag. I called 911 immediately. This time, 4 police cars arrived within minutes, lights flashing but sirens off. I met them outside and frantically explained what I'd seen. They took me more seriously this time, especially when I mentioned the scream and the stained bag. 2 officers approached the McPhersons' front door, while others circled around back. I stood across the street, shaking despite the warm night air. What happened next is still a blur. There was shouting. More officers arrived. An ambulance. I remember seeing Mr. McPherson being led out in handcuffs, his face completely expressionless, like he didn't understand what was happening. Mrs. McPherson followed shortly after, also in cuffs, but she was different, crying, screaming things I couldn't make out. A detective interviewed me for what felt like hours. He explained in careful, measured tones that they had found evidence that the McPhersons had been keeping someone captive in their basement for years. The detective wouldn't give me details, but his face told me enough. Whatever they'd discovered down there was horrific. They spent days processing the house. I saw them digging in the backyard, around the shed. They brought out more bags, evidence bags this time. I learned later through news reports that the McPhersons had abducted a young woman 4 years earlier. She'd been reported missing from a town about 50 miles away. The reports didn't go into detail about what had been done to her, but they did mention that the case was being treated as a homicide. The house next door stayed empty for months. Eventually, it sold to a young family who had no idea about its history. I never told them. What would be the point? The house had been completely renovated inside, all traces of the McPhersons erased. But I still can't look at that shed without thinking about those black bags, about that patch of freshly dug dirt that got a little bigger each time. I still wake up sometimes at 3 in the morning, my heart racing, thinking I've heard a scream. I'm moving next month. Found a nice place on the other side of town. The realtor asked why I was leaving such a nice neighborhood after less than a year. I just told her I needed a change of scenery. But really, I can't stand walking past that shed anymore. Can't stop wondering what else might be buried in that yard. Can't forget the way Mr. McPherson used to stare blankly down the street, like he was looking right through the world around him. Sometimes I wonder if he knew I was watching, if those times he stood at the end of his driveway, he was actually staring at my house, at me. I'll never know for sure, but I'm not taking any chances. I'm leaving Maple Street behind, along with the McPherson secret that I never wanted to discover. Story 9. I've been debating whether to share this for weeks now. I'm not one for ghost stories or supernatural stuff, never have been. As a police officer for 15 years, 12 of those on night shift in Pine Hollow, I've seen plenty of disturbing things, but they've always had logical explanations. What happened 3 weeks ago at 88 Willow Lane doesn't. I still can't sleep properly. Writing this down might help, I don't know. It was a Tuesday night, around 2 in the morning. The shift had been quiet. Just a couple of drunk college kids I'd sent home in an Uber and a false alarm at the pharmacy. I was parked behind the gas station on Main, finishing some paperwork and my third coffee when the call came through. Unit 4, we've got a report of suspicious activity at 88 Willow Lane. Caller reports seeing lights inside the property. I remember sighing. The Murdoch house had been abandoned for decades. Kids break in there all the time on dares, especially around Halloween. Usually it's just teenagers with flashlights smoking weed and scaring themselves stupid with ghost stories. Copy that, I responded. Heading there now. The Murdoch house sits at the very end of Willow Lane, partially hidden by overgrown oak trees. Everyone in Pine Hollow knows the stories. Old man Murdoch supposedly murdered his wife in the 50s and then disappeared. Never found her body, never found him. The house has changed hands a few times since then, but no one stays more than a year or two. It's been empty since the 90s. As I turned onto Willow Lane, the temperature seemed to drop. It was early October, so the nights were getting colder, but this felt different. My car thermometer showed a 10-degree drop from what it had been downtown. I pulled up to the curb, keeping my headlights on the property. The house looked like it, always did, Peeling paint, sagging porch, boarded windows. Except for one thing. The porch light was on, flickering erratically. That was odd. The property had been disconnected from the power grid years ago. I radioed dispatch. Unit 4 at 88 Willow Lane. There's a light on at the property. Possible squatters. Going to check it out. Copy that, Unit 4. I grabbed my flashlight and approached cautiously. The wooden steps of the porch creaked under my weight. I noticed the front door was slightly ajar. Pushing it open with my foot, I called out the standard, "Police officer, anyone here?" My voice echoed through the empty house. No response. I stepped inside, sweeping my flashlight across the foyer. The air felt thick, musty, like you'd expect in an abandoned house. But there was something else, a metallic smell I couldn't place. The beam of my flashlight caught dust particles floating in the air, almost too many, like the air itself was crowded. "Hello? Police, show yourself." The living room was directly ahead. As I entered, my flashlight beam hit something in the center of the room that made me stop in my tracks. A wooden chair sat perfectly positioned in the middle of the otherwise empty space. On the chair was an old-fashioned reel-to-reel tape recorder, the kind you'd see in movies from the 50s. This wasn't kids. Kids bring Bluetooth speakers and vape pens, not antique recording equipment. I approached slowly, listening for any movement in the house. The tape recorder looked pristine, not dusty like it had been sitting there for years. The reels were loaded with tape. There was a small red light indicating it was operational. I'm not sure why I did it. Professional curiosity, maybe. I pressed play. At first, there was just static. Then a voice came through, distorted and faint. "Help me. Help me." It was a woman's voice, shaky and desperate. The tape continued to roll, but there was just more static. I pressed stop, feeling the hairs on my neck stand. Up. I reached for my radio to update dispatch. "Unit 4 to dispatch. I found..." My radio emitted only static. I tried again. More static. I checked my cell phone. No signal. That's when I heard it, creaking from upstairs. Slow, rhythmic, like someone rocking in a chair. I should have left right then, called for backup, waited outside. But 15 years of police work had trained me to investigate, not retreat. I headed for the stairs, one hand on my weapon. The staircase protested under my weight, each step louder than I wanted. The creaking from above continued, uninterrupted by my approach. Second floor, end of the hallway. That's where it was coming from. The door to that room was partially open. I pushed it with my foot, sweeping my flashlight inside. The beam landed on a rocking chair in the corner of the room, moving back and forth on its own. No one was in it. No draft I could feel. Just moving, steadily, like someone invisible was sitting there. I stood frozen, unable to process what I was seeing. Then, without warning, the door behind me slammed shut with such force it felt like the whole house shook. I spun around, grabbing the doorknob. It wouldn't turn. I was locked in. "Help me, please, help me." The same voice from the tape, but it wasn't coming from downstairs anymore. It was all around me, whispering from every corner of the room. My flashlight began to flicker. "Who's there?" I demanded, my voice not as steady as I wanted it to be. The temperature plummeted. I could see my breath now. The rocking chair stopped abruptly. In the corner of the room, where shadows were deepest, something moved. It wasn't a person, not exactly. More like the darkness itself taking shape. Two pale, glowing points appeared where eyes should be, fixed on me. I've never felt fear like that. Pure, primal terror that rooted me to the spot. The whispering grew louder, now seeming to come from inside my own head. "Help me. He's coming back. Help me." Something cold touched my shoulder, a hand, but not solid, more like fingers made of ice water passing through my uniform. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The shape in the corner began to approach, the floorboards creaking under a weight I couldn't see. The whispering became frantic, desperate. Self-preservation finally kicked in. I threw myself against the door once, twice, a third time. The wood splintered around the lock, and I stumbled into the hallway. I didn't look back, just ran, taking the stairs two at a time, nearly falling at the bottom. As I sprinted through the living room, I noticed the tape recorder was gone. The chair remained, but the device had vanished. I burst through the front door onto the porch. The light was no longer flickering. It was off completely. I made it to my car, hands shaking so badly I dropped my keys twice before getting the door open. As I started the engine, my radio suddenly crackled to life. Unit 4, do you copy? Unit 4, respond. This is Unit 4, I managed, my voice hoarse. I need backup at 88 Willow Lane. What's your situation? What could I say? I saw a ghost. I heard voices. Possible break-in. I need assistance. 2 patrol cars arrived within minutes. We searched the house together, every room, including the one with the rocking chair. There was nothing unusual. No chair in the living room, no rocking chair upstairs, no tape recorder. The officers looked at me sideways as I insisted on what I'd seen. The sergeant suggested I take a few days off, said I looked exhausted. I didn't argue. It's been 3 weeks. I've been back on duty for 2 of them, but I take a different route now. I don't drive down Willow Lane anymore. I've researched the Murdoch case in my off time. His wife, Eleanor, was never found. The case went cold in 1954. The worst part is, I don't think it's over. Sometimes at night, I wake up feeling like I'm being watched. I'll catch movement in the corner of my bedroom, just at the edge of my vision. And occasionally, when I'm alone in my car on patrol, my radio will pick up static, and through it, I swear I can hear that same voice. Help me. Last week, I drove past Willow Lane during daylight. The Murdoch house stood there, abandoned as always. As I glanced over, I saw the porch light flicker on for just a second before going dark again. I don't know what's in that house. I don't know what happened to Eleanor Murdoch, but something wants to be found, wants to be helped. And for some reason, it chose me. I won't be going back there. But I can't shake the feeling that whatever's in the Murdoch house isn't done with me yet. Story 10. I never liked being home alone until I turned 17. Then it became this whole freedom thing, you know? No parents telling me what to do, what to eat, when to sleep. Just me in our old Victorian house in Ravenwood, doing whatever I wanted. Our house is pretty. Lots of dark wood, tall windows, creaky floors that my dad keeps promising to fix. It's over 100 years old, which my mom thinks is charming, and I mostly thought was cool until last weekend. My parents had this charity thing downtown on Saturday night. Some fancy dinner for Dad's hospital, where tickets cost more than my phone. They'd be gone until at least midnight, probably later since Mom always gets caught up talking to everyone. My little brother Max was supposed to go to a sleepover, but he got a cold and had to stay home. By evening, he was knocked out on cold medicine upstairs in his room, so it was basically like being alone anyway. It started raining around 7. Not just regular rain, but that heavy, angry kind that sounds like someone's throwing handfuls of pebbles at the windows. The wind was making this howling noise through the trees in our backyard, and the house kept making these deep, groaning sounds that I normally wouldn't even notice. I made some popcorn and started watching this horror movie I'd been wanting to see. Stupid decision in retrospect. It was about someone stalking this girl in her house, which now feels like the universe was trying to warn me or something. I was all wrapped up in my blanket on the couch, jumping at the scary parts, but also kind of enjoying the adrenaline, you know. That's when I heard it, this weird scratching sound at the front door. At first I thought it was just tree branches, since we have this massive oak near the porch that always scrapes against the house during storms. But it didn't sound right. It was too rhythmic, like someone was doing it deliberately. Scratch, scratch, pause. Scratch, scratch, pause. I paused the movie and just sat there listening. The scratching stopped for maybe 20 seconds, then started again. My heart was suddenly pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, probably just the wind blowing something against the door, or maybe a raccoon on the porch. We get those sometimes. I grabbed my phone, thinking I should turn on the porch light and look through the peephole. That's what a normal person would do, right? But as I stood up, the scratching stopped again. The silence felt worse somehow. I walked to the front door, trying to make my footsteps quiet, even though I wasn't sure why. When I got to the door, I hesitated before turning on the porch light. There's something about looking out into darkness that makes you feel exposed, like whatever's out there can see you better than you can see it. I took a deep breath and flipped the switch. Nothing. The porch was empty except for the rain coming down in sheets. I exhaled, feeling stupid for being scared, and looked through the peephole just to be sure. Still nothing. I was about to turn away when movement caught my eye from the living room window to my right. I froze. There, pressed against the glass, was a face. Not just any face. The palest, most unnatural face I've ever seen. The skin looked almost gray in the porch light, and the eyes were wide and unblinking, staring directly at me. But the worst part was the smile. This horrible, stretched smile that went too far up the cheeks, like someone had carved it there. I screamed and stumbled backward, nearly falling over the hallway table. When I looked back at the window, the face was gone, completely gone, like it had never been there. I stood frozen, unable to move, my breath coming in short gasps. "It wasn't real," I whispered to myself. "You're scaring yourself because of the movie." But I knew what I saw. That face wasn't human, or if it was, there was something deeply wrong with whoever it belonged to. I ran back to the couch and grabbed my phone, my hands shaking so badly I could barely unlock it. I tried calling Ashley, my best friend who only lives a few blocks away, but it went straight to voicemail. I tried my parents next, but the call wouldn't even connect. The storm must have been messing with the cell service. Then the scratching started again, but this time from the back door. I nearly threw up from fear. Whatever I saw at the window was now at the back of the house. I thought about Max sleeping upstairs, completely vulnerable. I needed to check all the doors and windows, make sure everything was locked tight. The logical part of my brain kept saying I should go upstairs, wake Max, and lock us both in my parents' bedroom until they got home. But another part of me needed to know what was out there. I couldn't stand the not knowing. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen drawer, the big one my mom uses to cut roasts. The handle felt cold and unfamiliar in my sweaty palm. I crept toward the back door, the knife held out in front of me like some pathetic shield. The scratching had stopped again. I stood by the back door, listening. The only sound was the rain and my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. I reached for the light switch and flipped it on, illuminating our small back porch and part of the yard. Empty, just like the front porch had been. But then I saw it, a shadow moving between the trees at the edge of our yard. Not a tree shadow, but something solid and person-shaped, ducking behind the big oak tree. I blinked hard, trying to see better through the rain-streaked window, but whatever it was had vanished. I backed away from the door, nearly tripping over our cat Milo, who had appeared from nowhere and was now winding between my ankles. He seemed agitated, his tail puffed up as he stared at the back door and made a low growling sound I'd never heard from him before. "You see it too, don't you?" I whispered, and immediately felt crazy for talking to the cat. I tried my phone again. No service. I tried the landline next. We still have one because my dad's paranoid about emergencies. Dead, not even a dial tone. That's when the power went out. 1 second I was standing in the dim kitchen, and the next I was in complete darkness. The refrigerator's hum cut off, leaving nothing but the sound of rain and wind. I fumbled for my phone, turning on the flashlight, but its glow seemed pathetically small against the pressing darkness. Max, I suddenly remembered. I needed to check on Max. I made my way upstairs, gripping the banister with one hand and my phone with the other, the knife tucked awkwardly under my arm. The stairs creaked with each step, sounding impossibly loud. When I reached Max's room, I pushed the door open slowly. His bed was empty. The covers were thrown back, his stuffed dinosaur tipped over on the pillow, but Max was gone. I called his name, my voice cracking. No answer. I checked the bathroom, my parents' room, my room. Nothing. I was standing in the hallway, trying not to completely lose it, when I heard it. A muffled crying sound coming from downstairs, from the basement. Our basement is unfinished, just concrete floors and walls with exposed pipes and a few shelving units for storage. We hardly ever go down there except to do laundry. Max is actually afraid of it, says it smells like old things and secrets. So why would he be down there? I stood at the top of the basement stairs, shining my phone light down into the darkness. "Max," I called, trying to keep my voice steady. "Are you down there? It's Emily." The crying stopped, then very quietly. "Emmy, I'm scared." It was definitely Max's voice. I felt a rush of relief mixed with confusion. "I'm coming down, okay? Stay where you are." I started down the stairs, moving my light back and forth, trying to see into every corner. The basement seemed darker than usual, the shadows deeper and more absolute. When I reached the bottom, I swept my light around. "Max, where are you?" "Over here." His voice came from behind the old water heater. I moved toward it, and there he was, huddled on the floor with his knees pulled up to his chest, eyes wide with fear. "What are you doing down here?" I asked, kneeling beside him. "You're supposed to be in bed." "The man told me to come down here," Max whispered. Every cell in my body went cold. "What man, Max?" "The smiling man. He was in my room. He said we're going to play a game and I should hide down here." Max's bottom lip trembled. "I don't like his game, Emmy." I grabbed Max's arm, pulling him to his feet. "We need to go, right now. We're going to Mrs. Fitzgerald's house next door." That's when I heard the basement door at the top of the stairs slam shut. Max whimpered, pressing against me. I pulled him behind the water heater again, putting my finger to my lips. We crouched there in the dark, my phone light now turned off to hide us. I could hear footsteps on the basement stairs, slow and deliberate. Someone was taking their time, in no hurry at all. I've never felt terror like that, the kind that makes your muscles lock up and your mind go blank. All I could think was that I needed to protect Max. I gripped the knife tighter, knowing I'd use it if I had to. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs, then silence. Whoever it was, they were listening, trying to locate us. I could hear Max's breathing, too fast and too loud. I put my hand gently over his mouth, feeling his tears wet against my palm. A voice spoke from the darkness, soft and almost gentle. "I know you're here. Both of you. I saw you through the windows, watched you for hours. Such a pretty family." The voice was moving, circling around the basement. I pressed deeper into our hiding spot, trying to make ourselves as small as possible. "Your parents won't be home for hours," the voice continued. "We have all night to get to know each other. Won't that be fun?" I heard something metallic scrape against one of the pipes. He was carrying something, a weapon. The reality of our situation hit me like a physical blow. This wasn't some supernatural creature or ghost. This was a person, a real person who had been watching our house, who had somehow gotten inside, who had manipulated my brother into hiding in the basement, and now he was hunting us. I needed to get us out. There's a small window in the basement that leads out to the side yard. It's how my dad brings in firewood in the winter. If I could get Max through that window, he could run to Mrs. Fitzgerald's house. I leaned down to whisper in Max's ear, so quietly I could barely hear myself. "When I say go, run to the window over there. I'll boost you out, and you run straight to Mrs. Fitzgerald's. Don't stop, don't look back." Max nodded against my hand, his whole body trembling. The footsteps were getting closer to our hiding spot. I waited until they started moving away again, then whispered, "Go!" We darted from behind the water heater toward the window. I could hear the person spin around, their footsteps quickening. I shoved Max toward the window, fumbling with the latch. It was stuck from disuse, rusted in place. Come on," I muttered, yanking at it with all my strength. I heard the footsteps running now. The latch finally gave way with a snap, and I pushed the window open. Cold, rain-scented air rushed in. I grabbed Max around the waist and started lifting him toward the opening. That's when someone grabbed me from behind, an arm like iron wrapping around my throat. The knife clattered from my hand onto the concrete floor. Max screamed, half in and half out of the window. "Go!" I choked out, using my last bit of strength to shove him through the opening. I saw him tumble onto the wet grass outside, saw him scramble to his feet and start running toward the neighbor's house. The arm around my throat tightened. I couldn't breathe, couldn't scream. A voice whispered in my ear, hot breath against my skin, "It's all over now." My vision started going dark around the edges. I clawed at the arm holding me, but it was like trying to bend steel. As consciousness began to slip away, I saw a glint of metal in the darkness, a knife catching what little light there was from the open window. The last thing I remember is rain falling through that window, cold drops hitting my face as everything went black. I woke up in the hospital 3 days later. The doctor said I was lucky. The cut on my throat had missed my carotid artery by millimeters. Max had made it to Mrs. Fitzgerald's house, soaking wet and hysterical. She'd called 911, and the police had arrived just as my parents were getting home. They found me unconscious in the basement, bleeding but alive. The intruder was gone, vanished into the night. The police say he must have been watching our house for days, learning our routines. They found evidence he'd disabled our security system and cut the phone lines before the storm even started. They never caught him. Sometimes I still feel like he's out there, watching, waiting. And on rainy nights, I swear I can hear scratching at the door. Story 11. I still can't sleep properly after what happened last summer. It's been almost a year, but every time I close my eyes, I see those headlights in my rearview mirror. I've tried therapy, meditation, even sleeping pills, but nothing helps. I figured maybe writing about it might give me some closure, so here goes. My buddy Jack and I have been friends since freshman year of college. We both graduated from UC Berkeley last spring, and wanted to do something fun before starting our jobs in September. Jack suggested a road trip to Colorado to visit his cousin in Denver, and I was totally on board. His Ford Bronco was perfect for the journey, not the new fancy kind, but an older model he'd fixed up himself. It had this awesome forest green paint job and was surprisingly comfortable for long drives. We packed light, just a couple duffel bags, a cooler full of drinks and snacks, and our camping gear. The plan was to take our time, maybe camp a couple nights along the way, and enjoy the scenery. Jack mapped out a route that would take us through Nevada on Highway 50, which he said was nicknamed the loneliest road in America. At the time, that sounded cool and adventurous. Now, just typing those words makes my hands shake. We left Berkeley on a Tuesday morning in late July. The first couple days were exactly what we hoped for. Good music, great conversations, and beautiful landscapes. We spent the first night at a campground near Lake Tahoe and the second at a cheap motel just past Reno. By the third day, we were on Highway 50, heading east through Nevada. Jack wasn't kidding about it being lonely. We'd go an hour or more without seeing another car. The landscape was all sagebrush and distant mountains, with barely any signs of civilization. It was beautiful in a desolate way, but after a few hours, it started to feel eerie. The emptiness got to me, like we were the only people left on Earth. Around 4 in the afternoon, we spotted an old sedan pulled over on the side of the road with its hood up. A man was standing beside it, waving his arms at us as we approached. Jack and I exchanged a glance. We'd both heard those stories about fake breakdowns and highway robberies, but in the middle of nowhere like this, it seemed wrong not to at least check if the guy needed help. Maybe we should just call someone when we get to the next town, I suggested, suddenly uneasy. Let's at least see what's up, Jack said, slowing down. But I'll keep the engine running. As we pulled over about 20 feet behind the sedan, it was a dusty brown Buick, probably from the 90s. I got my first good look at the man. He was tall and gaunt, with hollow cheeks and the deepest set eyes I've ever seen. His clothes, jeans and a flannel shirt, hung off him like they were a size too big, and despite the summer heat, he wasn't sweating at all. Jack rolled down his window just a crack as the man approached. "Car trouble?" Jack called out. The man smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Yeah, damn thing just died on me. Been out here for hours." His voice was raspy, like he needed a drink of water. "You boys headed east? I just need a ride to the next town. It's not far." According to our map, the next town was Ely, still about 60 miles away, not exactly around the corner. "What's wrong with your car?" I asked, leaning across Jack to see better. Something about this guy made the hair on my arms stand up. "Engine's shot," he said quickly. "Look, I just need a ride. It's getting late, and I don't want to be out here after dark." Jack hesitated. "We're pretty loaded up, man, but we can definitely call someone for you when we get to Ely." That's when the man's demeanor changed. His smile vanished, and his eyes seemed to sink even deeper into his skull. "You're not going to help me?" he asked, his voice dropping an octave. "After I've been stranded out here all day?" "We're offering to call for help," Jack said firmly, his hand moving to the gear shift. The man slapped his palm against Jack's window, making us both jump. "You don't understand," he hissed. "I need to get out of here now." Jack didn't wait for more. He shifted into drive and hit the gas. I looked back through the rear window and saw the man just standing there in the middle of the road, watching us drive away. He didn't move, didn't try to get back to his car. He just stared. "That was weird as hell," I said, my heart still racing. "Did you see his eyes?" "Yeah," Jack muttered, checking his mirrors. "Gave me the creeps. Let's just get to Ely and call someone for him." We drove in silence for a few minutes, both processing what had just happened. The sun was starting to dip toward the horizon, casting long shadows across the desert. Then Jack suddenly tensed up. "Dude, look behind us." I twisted around in my seat and felt my stomach drop. There were headlights in the distance, gaining on us fast. "It's probably just another car," I said, not believing it myself. "On the loneliest road in America? After we just left that weirdo?" Jack pushed the Bronco faster, the speedometer climbing past 70, then 80. The headlights kept gaining. Within minutes, I could make out the shape of the car, a dusty brown Buick sedan. "That's impossible," I whispered. "His car was broken down. We saw the hood up." "Well, it's fucking fixed now," Jack said, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. The Buick was right behind us now, so close I could see the driver. It was him, those sunken eyes visible even through the windshield. He flashed his high beams, momentarily blinding us in the rearview mirror. "What the hell does he want?" I shouted, panic rising in my throat. "I don't know, but we're not stopping to find out," Jack replied, pushing the Bronco even faster. For the next 10 minutes, it was like a nightmare game of cat and mouse. The road was mostly straight, with occasional gentle curves. Every time Jack tried to put distance between us, the Buick matched our speed. It would fall, back a bit, then surge forward again, almost touching our bumper. "There," I pointed suddenly, "a turn-off." Without hesitating, Jack swerved right onto a gravel road that branched off from the highway. We fishtailed slightly, dust billowing behind us as the Bronco's tires fought for traction. I looked back, expecting to see the Buick follow us, but the road behind was empty. "We lost him," I said, relief flooding through me. Jack slowed down a bit but kept driving. "Let's stay on this road for a while, make sure he's gone before we head back to the highway." The gravel road was rough, winding through scrubby hills. The sun was setting now, painting the desert in reds and purples. Under different circumstances, it would have been beautiful. After about 10 minutes, Jack spoke. "I think we're good. Let's find a place to turn around." That's when we came around a bend and saw him. The man was standing in the middle of the road, directly in our path. Same gaunt face, same hollow eyes, same clothes, no car in sight. Jack slammed on the brakes, the Bronco skidding on the gravel. We stopped about 50 feet from the man, who just stood there, staring at us with that empty smile. "This isn't possible," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "How did he get ahead of us?" Before Jack could answer, headlights appeared in our rearview mirror. The brown Buick was behind us, engine idling. We were trapped. "Jack," I said, my voice shaking, "how can he be in two places at once?" Jack didn't answer. Instead, he threw the Bronco into reverse, cranked the wheel hard, and hit the gas. We shot backward, missing the Buick by inches. Then he shifted into drive and veered off the road entirely. The Bronco bounced violently as we left the gravel, heading straight into the desert. Jack navigated around sagebrush and rocks, the steering wheel jerking in his hands. I looked back one more time and saw both the man and the Buick just sitting there on the road, watching us flee. We drove off-road, for what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes. The sun had set completely, and Jack was navigating by our headlights and the GPS on his phone, trying to find a way back to Highway 50. Neither of us spoke about what we'd seen. It was too impossible, too terrifying to put into words. When we finally found our way back to the highway, we drove to Ely in silence, both jumping at every set of headlights that appeared behind us. We checked into the first motel we saw in Ely, a rundown place called the Silver State Lodge. I didn't care about the stained carpets or the musty smell. I just wanted walls around me and other people nearby. We were both too wired to sleep, so we sat on our respective beds, TV on but muted, trying to make sense of what had happened. Maybe it was twins, Jack suggested around 2 in the morning, not sounding convinced. Or we were hallucinating from road fatigue. I didn't bother responding. We both knew what we saw wasn't explainable. The next morning, we took the Bronco to a local garage to check for damage from our off-road excursion. The mechanic, an older guy named Ray, whistled when we told him where we'd been. "You boys took the old mine road?" he asked, wiping his hands on a rag. "Not many tourists go that way." "We didn't mean to," Jack said. "We were trying to avoid someone." Ray gave us a look I couldn't quite read. "You're not the first. That stretch of Highway 50 has stories. Old mining town about 30 miles down that gravel road. Been abandoned since the 60s. Some folks say it's haunted. Cars break down near there all the time. People disappear." My blood ran cold. "Did you ever hear about a man? Real skinny, hollow eyes? Drives a brown Buick?" Ray's face went pale. He looked at us for a long moment, then turned back to the Bronco. "Your car's fine," he said gruffly. "No charge. I'd suggest you boys get back on the road. Head straight to Utah. Don't stop until you cross the state line." We took his advice. We abandoned our original route, driving straight through to Denver without stopping except for gas. Jack's cousin thought we were crazy when we showed up a day early, exhausted and jumpy. We never told him why. After a week in Denver, we drove home to California, taking a completely different route through Wyoming and Idaho. Jack sold the Bronco 2 months later, said he couldn't stand looking at it anymore. It's been almost a year now. Jack and I don't talk about what happened, but sometimes I'll catch him looking over his shoulder or staring too long at cars parked on the side of the road. I know he's thinking about it too. I still dream about those headlights in my rearview mirror. In my dreams, I'm always alone on that lonely highway, and no matter how fast I drive, those lights keep getting closer. Sometimes I wake up just as the Buick's bumper touches mine. Other times, I see that gaunt face appear in my back seat, those hollow eyes staring at me in the mirror. I don't know what we encountered out there in the Nevada desert. I don't know if it was human or something else. All I know is that Highway 50 truly is the loneliest road in America, and sometimes, in lonely places, things wait for travelers to pass by. Things that look human but aren't. Things that can be in 2 places at once. I'll never drive that road again. And if you're smart, you won't either. But if you do, and you see a dusty brown Buick with its hood up, keep driving, no matter what. Because whatever that thing was, it's still out there, waiting. Story 12. I still have nightmares about that night. It's been 3 months, but I can't stop looking in my rearview mirror whenever I drive, and I haven't taken a road trip since. I used to love autumn drives, the colors, the crisp air, the feeling of escape. Not anymore. It was supposed to be a relaxing weekend. Alex had been working overtime for weeks at his engineering firm, and I was stressed from my nursing shifts. We needed to get away from the city, just the 2 of us. My cousin has this little cabin in rural Wisconsin, about 4 hours from Chicago where we live. Nothing fancy, just a 1-bedroom place by a small lake, but it's peaceful and isolated, perfect for disconnecting. We left around 3 in the afternoon on a Friday. The weather forecast predicted clear skies, but anyone from the Midwest knows how quickly that can change. The first couple hours were exactly what we needed. Alex was playing his indie folk playlist that I pretend to hate but secretly enjoy. We stopped at this little roadside diner that had the best apple pie I've ever tasted. Everything felt so normal, so safe. Around 6, the sun started setting, and this fog rolled in out of nowhere. Not just a light mist. This was the kind of thick, soupy fog where you can barely see 20 feet ahead. Alex slowed down to about 30 miles per hour on those winding country roads. The GPS signal was spotty, and we were relying more on the paper map I'd thankfully brought along. Maybe we should find somewhere to stay until this clears, I suggested. But Alex insisted we were only about an hour from the cabin. Typical Alex, always confident, always pushing forward. That's when we saw him. At first, I thought it was just a shadow or a road sign, but as we got closer, the headlights revealed a man standing on the shoulder. Tall, probably in his 30s, wearing a dark jacket and jeans. Nothing particularly threatening about his appearance, but something about him standing there in the middle of nowhere, in that fog, made my skin crawl. He had his thumb out. "Alex, don't even think about it," I said immediately. Alex slowed the car. "Sam, we can't just leave someone out here in this weather. It's getting cold, and there's nothing around for miles. We don't know him. We don't pick up strangers." I couldn't believe we were even having this conversation. Every true crime podcast I'd ever listened to flashed through my mind. But Alex was already pulling over. "It'll be fine. Look at him. He's probably just some local whose car broke down." The man approached the passenger side window as Alex rolled it down. Up close, I could see his face clearly. He wasn't unattractive, but there was something off. His eyes didn't seem to match his polite smile. "Thanks for stopping," he said. His voice was deeper than I expected, calm and measured. "I've been walking for a while. My truck broke down about 5 miles back." "Where are you headed?" Alex asked. "Just to the next town. Ridgefield, I think it's called." I knew Ridgefield was on our route, maybe 20 minutes away. Alex glanced at me with that look that said he'd already made up his mind. "We can take you that far," Alex said. "I'm Alex. This is my girlfriend, Samantha." "John," the man replied simply. No last name, no other information offered. Alex got out and moved some of our bags to make room in the back seat. I watched John in the side mirror as he waited. He stood perfectly still, not checking his phone or looking around like most people would, just watching. When he got in the back seat, I could smell him. Not unpleasant, just a mix of aftershave and something earthy, like he'd been outdoors for a long time. I shifted uncomfortably, trying to make myself smaller in my seat. The first 10 minutes were filled with Alex's attempts at conversation. Where was John from? About 2 hours north. What brought him out this way? Just passing through. What did he do for work? Odd jobs, construction mostly. Each answer was vague, just enough to seem polite but revealing nothing. I noticed he never asked us anything in return. The fog was getting worse. Alex had to focus completely on the road now, leaning forward in his seat, squinting through the windshield. The wipers squeaked across the glass, though there wasn't much rain, just that heavy, clinging mist that seemed to swallow our headlights. "You two on vacation?" John finally asked, breaking a long silence. "Just a weekend getaway," I answered before Alex could, keeping it vague like he had. "Nice. That cabin area by Fisher Lake?" I felt a chill. We hadn't mentioned a cabin, and certainly not which lake. "How did you know that?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. John shrugged. "Just a guess. Not much else out this way except those rental cabins." It was a reasonable explanation, but something in his tone made me uneasy. I glanced at Alex, who seemed oblivious to the tension I was feeling. That's when the car made a weird sound, a sort of stuttering cough from under the hood. Alex frowned, tapping the gas pedal. The engine sputtered again, and the car jerked forward before the dashboard lights flickered. No, Alex muttered. "Not now." We coasted to a stop on the shoulder. The road was completely empty, no other headlights in either direction, just endless fog and the dark shapes of trees. Alex tried restarting the engine. It turned over weakly but wouldn't catch. He sighed and unbuckled his seatbelt. "I'll take a look." "I know a bit about engines," John offered. "Mind if I help?" I wanted to scream no, but what reason could I give? So instead I watched as both men got out of the car. Alex popped the hood and the interior dome light faded, leaving me in near darkness. I could see their silhouettes in the headlights. Alex bent over the engine, John standing beside him. I tried to control my breathing. My phone showed 1 bar of service, not enough to load a map or make a reliable call. I texted my sister anyway. "Car broke down on Route 16, hitchhiker with us. If you don't hear from me in an hour, call police." It took forever to send, and I wasn't even sure it went through. Through the windshield, I could see them talking, John pointing at something in the engine. Then they moved to the side, out of my direct view. I unbuckled my seatbelt, suddenly needing to be ready to move if necessary. That's when I heard it. A dull thud, followed by something that sounded like a groan. "Alex?" I called out. No response. I reached for the door handle, then hesitated. What if John had done something? What if going out there was exactly what he wanted? But what if Alex was hurt and needed help? I decided to crack my window instead. "Alex, is everything okay?" Silence. Then footsteps on gravel, coming around to my side of the car. It was John, alone. In his hand was a wrench that I recognized from our emergency kit in the trunk. "Alex is having some trouble with the timing belt," he said calmly, too calmly. He asked me to get something from the back seat. I knew he was lying. Alex knew nothing about cars. He wouldn't even know what a timing belt was. "Where is he?" I demanded, my hand hovering over the lock button. John's expression changed, subtle but terrifying. The polite mask slipped, revealing something cold underneath. "Get out of the car, Samantha." The way he said my name made my blood freeze. I pressed the lock button, but he was faster, yanking my door open before the lock engaged. I screamed and scrambled across the center console, trying to get out the driver's side door, but he grabbed my ankle. In that moment, pure survival instinct took over. I kicked backward with my free foot, connecting with something. His face, I think. He let go with a curse, and I tumbled out the driver's side onto the road. I saw Alex then, lying on the ground by the front tire, blood pooling around his head. "Alex!" I screamed, starting toward him. John was already coming around the car. "He shouldn't have stopped for me," he said, his voice completely different now, harder, almost excited. "But I'm glad he did. You're much prettier than the last one." I ran, not toward the road. There was nowhere to go there, just endless empty highway. Instead, I plunged into the woods beside us. The fog was actually helpful now, swallowing me as I crashed through. Underbrush. Branches whipped my face and arms. I lost my footing on the uneven ground and fell hard, tasting dirt and blood. Behind me, I heard him coming. Not running frantically like me, but moving steadily, confidently, like he had all the time in the world, like he'd done this before. "You're only making this more fun for me, Samantha," his voice called through the fog. "I like it when they run." I got up and kept moving, trying to be quieter now. I had no idea where I was going, just away from him, away from the road. My foot caught in a root, and I heard something pop in my ankle. The pain was immediate and blinding, but I couldn't stop. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to stretch and contract. My lungs burned, and each breath was a knife in my chest. But then I saw it, a light through the trees, a warm yellow glow that could only be a window. I changed direction, limping desperately toward that light. It was a house, no, a small cottage with a porch light on. I could have cried with relief. I stumbled up to the door and pounded with both fists. "Please, help me, please." The door opened to reveal an elderly woman with silver hair and a shocked expression. She took one look at me, dirty, bleeding, wild-eyed, and pulled me inside, locking the door behind us. "Good Lord, child, what happened to you?" she asked, leading me to a chair. Between gasping breaths, I told her about Alex, about John, about how he was still out there. She didn't question me or waste time, just went straight to an old landline phone and called the police. "They're coming, honey," she assured me, bringing me a glass of water and a damp cloth for my face. "They're only about 10 minutes out. There's a station in Ridgefield." I couldn't stop shaking. Every sound made me jump, the tick of a clock, the creak of the house settling. The woman, Martha was her name, kept the lights low and stayed beside me. She'd been a nurse once, she told me, trying to distract me as she examined the gash on my arm and my swollen ankle. We both froze when we heard footsteps on the porch. Martha quietly stood and moved to a cabinet, returning with a shotgun that looked older than she was. "My husband's," she whispered. "I know how to use it." The doorknob rattled. Then came a knock, almost polite. "I know you're in there, Samantha," John's voice called. He sounded amused. "You should let me in. Your boyfriend needs help." Martha aimed the shotgun at the door. "The police are on their way," she called out, her voice steady despite her age. "I suggest you get going before they arrive." A pause, then laughter, low and unsettling. "You think that matters to me?" The sound of breaking glass came from somewhere at the back of the house. Martha's eyes widened. He was trying to get in through another entrance. Before either of us could move, blue and red lights flashed through the windows, accompanied by the blessed sound of sirens. I heard a car door slam, then shouting, official voices ordering someone to freeze, to get on the ground. It was a blur after that. Police officers in the house, paramedics checking my injuries, questions I could barely focus enough to answer. They found Alex, still alive but badly hurt, and they caught John, tackled him as he tried to disappear back into the woods. It wasn't until days later, in the hospital where both Alex and I were recovering, that a detective told me the truth. John's real name was Jonathan Mercer. He'd escaped from a psychiatric facility 3 weeks earlier, where he'd been committed after attacking a family who had given him a ride. Before that, he'd served 10 years for killing a college student who had stopped to help him on a similar foggy night. His pattern, the detective explained, was always the same. Play the stranded traveler, gain trust, attack when vulnerable. He particularly targeted couples, enjoying the fear and helplessness of making one watch while he hurt the other. Alex survived. The doctors say he'll recover fully, though the scar on his temple will always be a reminder. We don't talk about that night much. What is there to say? We made a mistake that nearly cost us everything. I can't drive at night anymore. I flinch when strangers get too close. I check the locks 3 times before bed. Alex tries to understand, but he didn't see what I saw in John's eyes, that emptiness, that hunger. They tell me he's locked away again, this time with no chance of release. But sometimes, when fog rolls in and the world outside goes quiet, I swear I can hear footsteps on gravel coming closer. And in my dreams, he's always there, standing on the roadside with his thumb out, waiting for someone kind enough or foolish enough to stop. Story 13. I've been a cop for just over 15 years now with the Blue Hills PD. seen my fair share of crazy stuff. Domestic disputes that turned violent, drunk drivers wrapped around telephone poles, even a few armed robberies gone wrong. But what happened to me 3 nights ago, I still can't make sense of it. I'm writing this down partly to help me process it, partly because I don't know who else to tell. My sergeant would probably put me on administrative leave if I tried to file an official report about this. It started with what should have been a routine call. I was working the night shift, like I have been for the past 5 years. It was around 11:30 at night when dispatch radioed in about a prowler at 43 Pinewood Avenue. Nothing unusual there. Pinewood is a nice area, mostly families, well-kept lawns, the kind of place where people actually report suspicious activity instead of just ignoring it. I responded that I was en route, finished my lukewarm coffee, and headed over. It was a clear night, almost full moon, the kind of quiet where you can hear the crickets even with your patrol car window up. I pulled up to the address around 11:45, killed the headlights but left the engine running, force of habit. The house looked normal enough. 2-story colonial, white with green shutters, nice flower beds along the front. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out, noticing how quiet the neighborhood was. No dogs barking, no traffic noise from the highway a few blocks over, just silence. The call had mentioned activity in the backyard, so I walked around the side of the house, hand resting on my holster, another habit after 15 years. As I rounded the corner, my flashlight beam caught something at the far end of the yard, near where it backed up to a wooded area. It was a person, tall, unnaturally thin, wearing what looked like a dark hoodie with the hood pulled up. They were just standing there at the edge of the tree line, facing the house. "Police officer," I called out, using my authoritative voice. "Need you to turn around slowly and show me your hands." The figure didn't move for a second, then suddenly turned, not toward me but away, and started moving into the trees. "Stop! Police!" I shouted, breaking into a run across the yard. I'm not as young as I used to be, but I still keep in decent shape. Should have been able to catch up to whoever it was, but I couldn't. The figure moved so smoothly, almost gliding between the trees. I chased for maybe 50 yards into the woods before I lost sight of them completely. It was like they just vanished. 1 second I could see the dark shape moving ahead of me. The next, nothing. I stood there, breathing hard, sweeping my flashlight around. The woods weren't even that dense. There was no way someone could just disappear like that. I called it in, requested additional units to canvass the area, but we found nothing. No footprints, no disturbed vegetation, no sign anyone had been there at all. I took a statement from the homeowner, an older woman named Martha, who swore she'd seen someone standing in her backyard for at least 20 minutes before calling. Said they hadn't moved, just stood there staring at her house. I filed my report and finished my shift, thinking it was just another weird but ultimately explainable incident. Then came the next night. I was back on patrol just after midnight when dispatch called in another prowler. Same address, 43 Pinewood Avenue, same description. My first thought was that maybe our prowler had returned, which happens sometimes. They scope a place out one night, come back the next. When I pulled up to the house, Martha was standing on her front porch in a bathrobe, visibly shaking. "He's back there again," she said, pointing to her backyard. "Just standing there, watching the house." I told her to go inside and lock the door while I checked it out. This time, I drew my weapon before heading around the side of the house. Something felt off. The silence was deeper somehow, like the air itself was holding its breath. As I approached the backyard, I heard something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Whispering, very faint, like multiple voices speaking quietly just out of earshot. I couldn't make out any words, just the susurration of voices. And there, at the edge of the yard, was the same figure from the night before. Same height, same thin build, same dark hoodie. But this time, when my flashlight beam hit them, they didn't run. They turned toward me. I still can't properly describe what I saw. It wasn't a face under that hood. It was smooth, like a mannequin or a mask, but with no features at all. No eyes, no mouth, no nose. Just a blank, slightly reflective surface where a face should be. My training kicked in despite my shock. "Police, don't move!" I shouted, aiming my weapon. The whispering got louder, though I still couldn't understand any words. The figure took a step toward me, then another. "Stop right there!" I fired a warning shot into the air, the sound cracking through the night like thunder. The figure didn't even flinch, just kept walking toward me with that smooth, featureless face catching the moonlight. I'm not ashamed to admit I panicked. 15 years on the force, and nothing in my training covered what to do when confronted with whatever this was. I backed up, nearly tripping over a garden hose, then turned and ran back to my patrol car. I jumped in, locked the doors, and grabbed my radio to call for backup. My hands were shaking so badly, I almost dropped the handset. "Dispatch, this is Unit 17. I need immediate backup at 43 Pinewood Avenue. Possible." I hesitated, not knowing what to say. "Possible armed suspect," I finished, figuring that would get me the response I needed. The radio crackled, but instead of the dispatcher's familiar voice, I heard something that turned my blood to ice. "There's no need for backup, Officer Harris. We're already here." The voice was distorted, like someone speaking through static, but somehow clearly audible. I stared at the radio in disbelief, then looked up. They were everywhere, dozens of them, tall, thin figures in dark clothing, all with those same blank, featureless faces, surrounding my patrol car in a loose circle. Some were as close as 10 feet away, others standing at the edge of the streetlight's reach, but all facing me. The whispering was much louder now, coming from all directions. I dropped the radio and tried to start the car. The engine made a sickening grinding noise but wouldn't turn over. I tried again with the same result. My next instinct was to reach for my gun, but when my hand went to my holster, it was empty. My service weapon was gone, though I was certain I'd had it just moments before when running back to the car. The figures started moving closer, taking slow, synchronized steps. I hit the locks again, even though they were already engaged, frantically searching for anything I could use as a weapon. The whispering grew louder, and now I could almost make out words. My name repeated over and over, along with other things I couldn't quite grasp. One of the figures broke from the circle and approached my driver's side window. It leaned down, that blank face now just inches from the glass, separated from me by nothing but a thin pane of safety glass. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even scream. Then I felt something cold and clammy wrap around my wrist. I looked down to see a pale, elongated hand gripping me through the open window on the passenger side. A window I was absolutely certain had been closed and locked. The last thing I remember clearly is looking back up to see that blank face pressed against my window, the surface of it rippling like water, beginning to form into some kind of shape. Then darkness. I woke up in my own bed the next morning, still in my uniform, with a pounding headache and no memory of how I'd gotten home. At first, I thought maybe I'd had some kind of breakdown or hallucination. But when I checked my holster, my gun was missing, and there was a strange, dark smudge on my wrist, where I'd felt that cold hand grab me. I called in sick and drove to the station to file a report about my missing weapon. That's when I found out that my patrol car had been found abandoned at the end of Pinewood Avenue, engine cold, driver's door wide open. According to the report, they'd put out an APB on me when I didn't respond to radio calls. But here's the thing, I was never missing. I woke up in my own bed. Yet everyone at the station is looking at me like I've risen from the dead. My sergeant said they were about to organize a search party, that I'd been gone for nearly 12 hours with no trace. I drove back to Pinewood Avenue this afternoon in my personal vehicle. The house at number 43 was empty, no sign of Martha. The neighbors said the house has been vacant for months, ever since the previous owners moved out after their son went missing last summer. I don't know what happened to me that night. I don't know what those things were or why they let me go when they clearly had me at their mercy. All I know is that sometimes, when it's quiet, I can still hear that whispering. And sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I catch glimpses of tall, thin figures watching me from a distance. I keep telling myself it was just stress, maybe some kind of breakdown. But then I look at the dark mark on my wrist that won't wash off, and I know better. If you live in Blue Hills or anywhere near Pinewood Avenue, stay away from there at night. And if you hear whispering when you're alone, don't stop to listen. Just run. Story 14. I never thought I'd be sharing this with anyone. Part of me still wants to believe it was all in my head, but deep down, I know what I experienced was real. And honestly, I'm scared it's still happening. About 6 months ago, my relationship of 3 years ended pretty badly. Sarah and I had been living together in this nice 2-bedroom place downtown, but after the breakup, I couldn't afford to stay there alone. Plus, I couldn't stand being surrounded by all those memories. I needed somewhere new, somewhere I could be alone with my thoughts and try to rebuild my life. I found this small 1-bedroom apartment in an older building about 20 minutes from my workplace. It wasn't fancy, just basic white walls, dated kitchen appliances, and carpet that had seen better days. But it was clean and, most importantly, affordable. The landlord, an older guy named Frank, seemed decent enough. He gave me a quick tour, handed over the keys, and left me to it. The first couple of weeks were actually kind of nice. I was enjoying the solitude after all the drama with Sarah. I'd come home from work, order takeout, watch Netflix, and go to bed without having to talk to anyone. The apartment was quiet, almost too quiet sometimes, but I liked it that way. I could hear myself think again. It was during the 3rd week that things started to get weird. At first, it was just little things. I'd put my keys on the kitchen counter, only to find them on the coffee table later. I'd swear I'd left a book on my nightstand, but then find it on the floor the next morning. The lights in the bathroom would flicker occasionally, but the building was old, so I didn't think much of it. Then one night, I was lying in bed scrolling through my phone when I heard it. Breathing. Not my own. Something different. It sounded like it was coming from just outside my bedroom door. Slow, deliberate breaths, like someone was standing there, trying to be quiet, but not quite managing it. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I live alone. There shouldn't be anyone else in my apartment. "Hello?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly shaky. No response, just that steady breathing. I forced myself to get up and check. I flipped on every light switch as I moved through the apartment, checking the front door, locked with the chain in place, the windows all closed and locked, and every possible hiding spot. Nothing. No one was there. I told myself it was just the pipes or the heating system, or maybe even my neighbors through the wall. Old buildings make weird noises, right? I took a sleeping pill that night. The next day, I mentioned it to Frank while I was picking up a package. Hey, weird question, but is there any way someone else could have access to my apartment? Like maybe old keys floating around or something? Frank looked at me like I was crazy. No way. We change the locks between every tenant. Only you and I have keys to your place, and mine is in the office safe. He paused. Why? Something missing? I shook my head. No, nothing like that. Just thought I heard something last night. Probably just the Petersons above you. They've got a toddler who runs around at all hours. He smiled reassuringly, but something about his expression seemed off. The breathing stopped for a few days after that, and I started to think maybe I had imagined it. Stress can do weird things to your mind, and the breakup had really done a number on me. Then, 5 nights later, I woke up around 3 in the morning with that feeling, you know the one, where you just know something's wrong. My bedroom was dark except for the faint glow of my digital clock, but I could see that my closet door was open. I always close it before bed, always. It's a weird habit from childhood. The breathing was back, but this time it was coming from inside the closet. Soft, rhythmic, unmistakably human. I couldn't move. I lay there paralyzed with fear, staring at the dark rectangle of the open closet. I didn't know what to do. Call the police? And tell them what? That I think someone is breathing in my closet? They'd think I was crazy or on drugs. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I managed to reach over and turn on my bedside lamp. The breathing stopped immediately. I got up, checked the closet, empty except for my clothes, and then searched the entire apartment again. Nothing. No one. I didn't sleep the rest of that night, or much the next night, or the night after that. The phenomena started getting worse. I'd wake up to find all my kitchen cabinets open. My shower curtain would be drawn closed when I knew I'd left it open. Once, I came home from work to find all the photos I had on my refrigerator arranged in a perfect circle on the kitchen floor. I started to wonder if I was losing my mind. I even called my doctor and got prescribed some anti-anxiety medication. It helped me sleep, but it didn't stop the weird stuff from happening. Then came the night that changed everything. I'd been in the apartment for almost 2 months. It was a Saturday, and I'd spent the day cleaning and trying to make the place feel more like home. I went to bed around 11, actually feeling positive for the first time in weeks. I woke up at exactly 2:17, according to my clock. The room felt different. The air was heavy, oppressive, like the atmosphere before a thunderstorm. I could barely breathe, like something was sitting on my chest, and the closet was wide open again. The breathing was back, but louder this time. It filled the room, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. I was completely frozen, my body refusing to respond to my brain's frantic commands to move, to run, to do something. Then I heard it, a voice, barely above a whisper, but clear as day. Alex, my name, from inside the closet. Alex, I see you. I broke free from my paralysis and lunged for the light switch by my bedroom door. But as my fingers grazed it, the door slammed shut with such force, it felt like the whole apartment shook. I fell backward onto the floor, my heart about to explode from my chest. The breathing was right next to my ear now. I could feel the cold air on my neck. Somehow, I managed to crawl to my nightstand and turn on the lamp. The room flooded with light, and nothing. The breathing stopped. The oppressive feeling lifted. The closet was still open, but empty. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat on my couch with all the lights on, a kitchen knife beside me, until morning came. The next day, I decided I'd had enough. I was going to move out, lease be damned. I started packing some essentials, planning to go to a hotel until I could find a new place. That's when I noticed it. On the back of my bedroom door, scratched into the paint, were words that definitely hadn't been there before. "He's behind the door." I stared at the message, my blood turning to ice. The scratches looked fresh, the white wood showing through the beige paint. I grabbed my phone to take a picture as evidence. Evidence of what? I wasn't sure. And that's when all the lights went out. Every single one, simultaneously. My phone died too, despite being at 80% battery just seconds before. The breathing started again, right behind me. I ran. I didn't look back. I didn't grab anything. I just ran for the front door, fumbled with the locks, and burst out into the hallway. I could still feel cold breath on the back of my neck as I raced down the stairs instead of waiting for the elevator. I made it to my car and drove straight to my parents' house 2 hours away. I called Frank from there and told him I was breaking my lease due to unsafe living conditions. He didn't argue, which only made me more suspicious. When I went back a week later with my dad to get my stuff, everything was normal. No scratches on the door, no strange feelings. Frank was there, supervising, and seemed genuinely confused about my concerns. "You know," he said as we were loading the last box, "the tenant before you left suddenly too, never said why." I wish I could say this story has a resolution, but it doesn't. I moved into a new apartment in a different city. I got a new job. I tried to move on. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear the breathing. Sometimes I wake up and my closet door is open when I know I closed it. Last week, I found my keys in the refrigerator when I'm positive I left them on my desk. And sometimes, just as I'm falling asleep, I swear I hear my name being whispered from the dark corners of my room. Whatever was behind that door in my old apartment didn't stay there. It followed me. It's watching me right now as I type this. I don't know what it wants. I don't know why it chose me. All I know is that it's always there, lurking, waiting, and I'm terrified of what happens when it decides it's done waiting. Story 15. I've always been obsessed with road trips. There's something about the open road that feels like freedom to me. Gas station coffee, roadside attractions, and those endless stretches of highway where it's just you and your thoughts. I'd done weekend trips and state-to-state journeys before, but driving the entire Route 66 from Chicago to Santa Monica was my dream adventure. I'd planned it for years, saving vacation days and researching all the quirky stops along the way. The first few days were exactly what I hoped for. I left Chicago on a Tuesday morning in late September, my Honda Civic packed with snacks, clothes, and a ridiculous number of playlists. The weather was perfect. That kind of early fall where the air feels crisp, but the sun still warms your skin. I hit all the spots I'd marked on my map. The Gemini Giant in Wilmington, that weird bottle-shaped water tower in Groom, Texas, and I ate at diners that looked frozen in time. By day 4, I was cruising through Oklahoma, making good time. I'd planned to reach Amarillo by nightfall, but around 7 in the evening, I realized I was getting too tired to safely continue. My eyes kept getting heavy, and I caught myself drifting slightly onto the shoulder twice. That's when I decided to find a place to crash for the night and continue in the morning. The sun was setting when I spotted a faded billboard for Sunset Lodge Motel, classic Route 66 accommodations, next exit. The peeling paint and retro font made it look like something straight out of the 50s. which seemed perfect for my authentic Route 66 experience. I took the exit, driving about half a mile down a two-lane road before spotting the motel. Looking back, I should have trusted my gut the moment I pulled into the gravel parking lot. The neon vacancy sign flickered erratically, some letters completely dark. The single-story building stretched in an L shape with maybe 15 rooms total. The paint was faded to a color I couldn't quite identify, something between beige and gray that probably used to be white. A few cars were parked outside rooms, but not many. What really struck me was how utterly silent the place was. No highway noise, no people chatting, not even crickets, just dead quiet. But I was exhausted, and the next town was at least 45 minutes away according to my GPS. I grabbed my overnight bag and headed to the office. A bell jingled when I pushed open the door. The office smelled like cigarettes and something musty I couldn't place. Behind the counter sat an elderly man with thin white hair combed over a mostly bald head. He didn't look up from his newspaper when I walked in, just held up one finger as if to say, "Wait." "Hi, I need a room for tonight," I said after a few uncomfortable seconds. He slowly folded his newspaper and looked at me without expression. His skin was deeply lined, but his eyes seemed oddly bright and alert in his weathered face. "Single?" he asked, his voice gravelly from decades of smoking. "Yes, just me. 60 cash, no credit cards, machines broken." He pushed a registration card toward me. I hesitated. I never carry much cash, but luckily I had enough. I filled out the form while he watched me write, which made me uncomfortable. When I handed it back, he barely glanced at it before grabbing a key attached to a plastic tag marked 12 and sliding it across the counter. "Checkout's at 11. Coffee in the morning if you want it." He immediately went back to his newspaper. Room 12 was at the far end of the L, facing an empty field that stretched into darkness. When I opened the door, the smell of air freshener barely masked the odor of decades of cigarette smoke embedded in the walls. The room was clean enough, but looked like it hadn't been updated since the 70s. Orange and brown bedspreads, wood-paneled walls, and a massive old TV that I doubted even worked. I locked the door, slid the chain lock in place, and did a quick check of the bathroom. The shower had rust stains around the drain, and the towels were thin but appeared clean. I couldn't shake the feeling of unease, but I told myself I was just being paranoid after driving too long. I took a quick shower, changed into sweats and a t-shirt, and settled on the bed with my laptop to watch a movie. The Wi-Fi was surprisingly decent. I propped myself up with pillows against the headboard and tried to relax, but I kept glancing at the door and the window covered by heavy curtains. It was around midnight when I first heard the footsteps. At first, I thought it was just another guest walking to their room. The footsteps were slow and deliberate, crunching on the gravel outside, but then they stopped right in front of my door. I paused my movie and listened. For several long seconds, there was nothing. Then came the knocking. 3 soft taps, evenly spaced. I froze, staring at the door. "Hello," I called out, but there was no answer. 3 more taps, slightly louder this time. I slid off the bed quietly and approached the door, careful not to make the floorboards creak. The peephole was unusually large and clear for such an old motel. What I saw through it still haunts me. A man stood directly outside my door, staring straight at the peephole as if he knew I was looking. He appeared to be in his 40s, with pale skin and dark hair cut short. He wore a plain button-up shirt tucked into jeans that looked too clean and new compared to the rundown surroundings. But it was his face that made my blood turn cold. His eyes were unnaturally wide, like they were being held open, and he was smiling. Not a normal smile, but one that stretched his lips too far across his face. It was like he was trying to mimic a smile he'd seen, but didn't quite understand how it should look. And he was staring directly at me, not at the door, but at me, through the peephole. I jerked back, heart pounding. 3 more knocks came, harder this time. I grabbed my phone, hands shaking so badly I could barely hold it. No signal. Of course there was no signal. The knocking stopped, and I heard the footsteps retreating. Against my better judgment, I looked through the peephole again. The man was walking across the parking lot, moving with an odd, too precise gait. He stopped at the edge of the gravel lot and turned back toward my room. Then he just stood there, at the edge of that empty field, watching my room. I tried the room phone to call the front office. It rang and rang, but no one answered. I was trapped between staying in the room with its flimsy locks or trying to make a run for my car, which would take me right past the man. I decided to stay put. I dragged the room's small table in front of the door and placed the wooden chair under the doorknob. I checked the bathroom window, but it was too small to climb through. The main window faced the field where the man stood watching. For the next hour, I sat on the edge of the bed, alternating between watching the door and peeking through a tiny gap in the curtains. The man remained motionless in the field, staring at my room. Occasionally, I'd lose sight of him in the darkness, only for my eyes to readjust and find him again, still standing, still watching. Around 2 in the morning, I noticed something even more disturbing. There were now 2 additional figures standing with him, spaced a few yards apart, all facing my room. They were too far away in the darkness to make out clearly, but their stillness was identical to the first man's. I tried the room phone again, still no answer. By 3, I was sitting with my back against the headboard, a lamp in one hand as a makeshift weapon. I'd given up on calling out or trying the phone. I just watched the door, flinching at every creak and groan of the old building settling. Around 4, I heard footsteps again. Not from outside, but from the room next door. It had been empty when I checked in. The footsteps paced back and forth, never stopping. Occasionally, there was a sound like fingernails dragging across the shared wall. At some point, exhaustion must have temporarily overcome my fear because I jolted awake at the sound of 3 loud knocks on my door. The digital clock on the nightstand read 5:27. Dawn would break soon. I looked through the peephole again. The hallway was empty, but when I checked the window, the figures were still there at the edge of the field, now barely visible in the pre-dawn light. As the sky lightened, I quickly packed my things, keeping my eye on the door the entire time. The knocking didn't return, and the pacing in the next room had stopped. When there was enough light outside to see clearly, I checked the window again. The field was empty. I removed the barricade from the door and opened it slowly, holding my breath. The parking lot was quiet, with the same few cars I'd seen the night before. I made a dash for my car, threw my bag in the back seat, and had the engine running before I even closed the door. As I pulled out of the parking lot, I glanced at the office. The elderly man was standing in the doorway watching me leave, his face expressionless. I didn't stop to check out or ask for my key deposit back. I just wanted to get as far away from that place as possible. I drove for almost 2 hours straight before pulling into a busy truck stop to get gas and coffee. My hands were still shaking as I filled up my tank. While waiting in line to pay, I searched for Sunset Lodge Motel, Oklahoma Route 66 on my phone. The results made my stomach drop. There were a handful of reviews, most from years ago, and several forum posts from road trippers describing strange experiences. One person claimed to have heard knocking all night long. Another described seeing people standing in the field behind the motel. A few mentioned how their traveling companions acted strangely after staying there, becoming quiet and withdrawn. The most disturbing post was from someone claiming their brother had disappeared after telling them he was staying at the Sunset Lodge. The police investigation found no record of him checking in, despite his credit card being charged. I've thought about reporting my experience to someone, but what would I say? That I saw a creepy man with a weird smile, that people were standing in a field watching my room? None of it sounds believable, even though it was the most terrifying night of my life. I finished my Route 66 trip, but it wasn't the same. I stuck to chain hotels in well-lit areas with busy parking lots. I kept my door double-locked and checked the peephole obsessively. Even now, months later, I still have nightmares about those unnaturally wide eyes staring at me through the peephole, knowing I was there, that smile that wasn't quite right. I'll never know what would have happened if I'd opened that door, and I never want to find out. Sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I swear I can hear those 3 measured knocks, and I lie awake wondering if one day I'll look through my peephole and see that face again, smiling at me like it's been waiting all this time. Story 16. I still can't believe I'm writing this down. Maybe it'll help me make sense of it all, though I doubt anything could. It's been 3 weeks since it happened, and I still wake up in cold sweats, hearing those words echo in my head. I moved to Millfield about a month ago. It wasn't planned. Nothing in my life has been planned lately. After losing my job, going through a brutal breakup, and dealing with mounting debt, I needed a fresh start somewhere my savings could stretch. When I found a listing for a surprisingly affordable house in this small town, it seemed like the universe was finally throwing me a bone. The house was on Black Ridge Road, right where the town ends and dense woods begin. It was a Victorian-style home, probably built in the early 1900s. Faded yellow paint, wraparound porch, and all those little architectural details you don't see in modern homes. Sure, it needed work, but at that price, I couldn't pass it up. The realtor, Mrs. Harmon, was this thin, older woman with perfectly styled gray hair and bright red lipstick that never quite stayed on her teeth. When we met for the final walkthrough, something felt off. She kept checking her watch, rushing through rooms, and avoiding my questions about the previous owners. "It's been vacant for a while," she'd say, or, "Those details aren't really important, are they, Alex?" When we finished, she handed me the keys with this weird smile that didn't reach her eyes. Her fingers were ice cold when they brushed against mine. "Good luck," she said, and the way she emphasized luck made my stomach twist. But I brushed it off. I was just being paranoid after everything I'd been through. The first 3 nights were completely normal. The house creaked and settled like any old building. The water pipes knocked sometimes. The floorboards upstairs would occasionally groan as if someone was walking across them. But I figured it was just temperature changes making the wood expand and contract. On the 4th night, everything changed. I was almost asleep when I heard it. A soft, barely audible whisper coming from somewhere near my bedroom door. At first, I thought it was just the wind finding its way through the old window frames. I pulled the covers higher and tried to ignore it. But the whisper grew more distinct. It wasn't the random sounds of wind or pipes. It had rhythm and intention. I sat up in bed, heart thumping against my ribs. "Hello?" I called out, immediately feeling stupid. I was alone in the house. Of course, no one would answer. The whispering stopped instantly. The silence that followed was somehow worse. I got up, flipped on my bedside lamp, and walked to the door. My hand hovered over the knob for a moment before I worked up the courage to yank it open. The hallway was empty. just the same faded wallpaper and worn carpet I'd seen when I went to bed. I checked the bathroom and the spare bedroom, finding nothing. Convincing myself it was just my imagination, I went back to bed and eventually fell into an uneasy sleep. The fifth night, the whispering returned, louder and clearer. This time, I could make out words. Come down, come down. The voice was neither male nor female, neither young nor old. It just was. And it was definitely coming from outside my bedroom. I pulled the covers over my head like a scared kid. It's just the house settling, I whispered to myself. Old houses make weird noises. But houses don't say, come down. I barely slept that night, and the next day I wandered through town in a sleep-deprived daze, buying weather stripping and caulk to seal any drafts that might be causing strange acoustics in the house. I even picked up some earplugs. That night, I went to bed with my ears plugged, hoping for silence. Around 2 a.m, I woke to the sound of a loud crash from downstairs. The earplugs hadn't blocked it. That's how loud it was, like furniture being overturned. I lay there frozen, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Maybe something I'd leaned against a wall had finally fallen over. Maybe a shelf had collapsed. Maybe, come down, come down. The whisper was right outside my door now, loud enough that I could hear it through the earplugs. This wasn't my imagination. This wasn't the wind or the pipes or the house settling. Something was in my house. I reached for my phone to call 911, but stopped. What would I say? That I was hearing voices? They'd think I was crazy or on drugs. And if they came and found nothing, which they probably would, I'd be the town laughingstock before I'd even properly moved in. Another crash downstairs, louder this time. I had to check. If someone had broken in, I needed to know. I pulled out the earplugs, grabbed the baseball bat I'd placed under my bed, a habit from living in the city, and picked up my phone and flashlight. With trembling hands, I opened the bedroom door. The hallway was darker than it should have been, considering the nightlight I'd plugged in at the far end. As I moved toward the stairs, the whispering seemed to come from all around me now. Come down, come down. My legs felt like lead as I descended the stairs, each step creaking beneath my weight. The living room was at the bottom of the staircase, and as I reached the final step, I saw what had made the noise. My coffee table was flipped over, the books and magazines that had been on it scattered across the floor. The armchair was on its side. Picture frames that had been on the mantel were now on the floor, glass shattered. And in the corner, oh God, in the corner, was a shadow. Not just darkness where light didn't reach, but a shadow with substance. It was roughly the shape of a person, but taller and somehow wrong. The proportions weren't right. It didn't move, but I knew it was watching me. I pointed my flashlight at it, and that's when I saw something I still can't explain. The light didn't illuminate the shadow, it bent around it. Like the shadow was eating the light, or like the light was afraid to touch it. Then it spoke. Not in whispers this time, but in a deep voice that seemed to vibrate in my chest. Come closer. I ran. I don't remember turning around or going up the stairs. One moment I was staring at that impossible shadow, and the next I was slamming my bedroom door shut, pushing my dresser against it. Something heavy hit the other side, making the wood creak and the dresser slide an inch across the floor. I huddled in the corner of my room, bat in hand, until morning light filtered through the curtains. The banging had stopped sometime around 4 a.m., but I hadn't dared to move. When sunlight finally filled the room, I moved the dresser and opened the door. The hallway was empty. Downstairs, the living room was a mess, just like I'd seen it. Overturned furniture, broken glass, but there was no shadow figure. I called Mrs. Harmon immediately, telling her I needed to move out, that the house wasn't working for me. She sounded unsurprised. "I'll see what I can do," she said flatly. "I might be able to come by tomorrow to discuss options." Tomorrow wasn't soon enough, but I had nowhere else to go. I spent the day cleaning up the mess in the living room, jumping at every creak and groan the house made. I considered getting a hotel room for the night, but my dwindling bank account made that a luxury I couldn't afford. While reorganizing the bookshelf that had been partially emptied in the chaos, I noticed something strange. Behind where the books had been, the wallpaper pattern didn't match. I ran my fingers along the seam and felt air. It was a door, a small one, maybe 3 feet tall, hidden behind the bookshelf. I should have left it alone. I should have packed my bags and waited in my car until morning. I should have done anything except what I did next. I moved the bookshelf completely and found a small brass handle on the hidden door. It turned easily, revealing a dark, narrow tunnel that seemed to slope downward into the earth. Curiosity is a powerful, terrible thing. I grabbed my flashlight, got on my hands and knees, and crawled in. The tunnel was tight, with rough earth walls that crumbled slightly when I touched them. It smelled of wet soil and something else, something metallic and vaguely sweet. I crawled for what felt like minutes, the tunnel gradually widening until I emerged into a small circular room. My flashlight beam revealed dirt walls and a packed earth floor. In the center of the room was a single candle, already lit, its flame unnaturally still in the stagnant air. And above the candle, floating a few inches off the ground, was something. Not quite a person, not quite anything I'd ever seen before. It had the basic shape of a human, but its skin, if you could call it that, was pale and seemed to shift and ripple like the surface of water. Where its eyes should have been were 2 black, hollow sockets that somehow seemed to stare right into me. "You're not supposed to be here," it said, in a voice that sounded like multiple people speaking at once. Before I could respond, before I could turn and crawl back through the tunnel, the candle went out. Not gradually, not from a breeze. It just winked out of existence as if it had never been lit at all. I spun around, desperately pointing my flashlight toward where the tunnel had been. But there was no tunnel anymore, just solid earth on all sides. I was trapped in this room with whatever that thing was, in complete darkness except for my flashlight beam, which seemed to be growing dimmer by the second. Come down," the whispering started again, not from the floating figure, but from the walls themselves, as if the earth was speaking to me. My flashlight died completely, leaving me in perfect darkness. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. I couldn't see the walls or the floor or the ceiling. I couldn't see the thing that was in there with me, but I could feel it getting closer. I don't know how long I've been here. Time doesn't work right in this place. Sometimes it feels like hours have passed, sometimes like days. My phone is dead. My voice is hoarse from screaming for help. The whispering never stops. Come down, come down. I've been trying to dig my way out with my bare hands, but the earth just fills back in, like the walls are alive. Sometimes I feel something touch my shoulder or brush against my face in the darkness. I wish I'd never moved to Millfield. I wish I'd never set foot in that house. I wish I hadn't let curiosity get the better of me. Most of all, I wish I hadn't come down. Story 17. I've been trying to make sense of what happened to me for the past 6 months. I figure maybe writing it down might help, or someone might have experienced something similar. I'm not normally one to believe in the supernatural, but I honestly don't know how else to explain it. I'm a police officer in Ravenswood. It's a small town where not much happens, mostly just breaking up the occasional teenage party, dealing with noise complaints and responding to minor accidents. I'd been on the force for 7 years, and nothing particularly exciting had ever happened. That all changed one night in January. It was around 11:30 at night, about an hour before my shift ended. I was looking forward to going home, taking a hot shower, and crawling into bed. The radio crackled, and dispatch reported a disturbance at 1450 Elm Street. Some neighbor had called in about strange noises. I knew the area well. It's the wealthy part of town with those big old houses that have been around forever. The kind with perfect lawns and 3-car garages. The night was unusually cold for January in our area, and a light fog had settled over the streets. I remember thinking how quiet everything was as I pulled up to the address. 1450 Elm was this massive Victorian house, painted a deep blue with white trim. I'd driven by it many times but never paid much attention to it before. I parked my cruiser in the driveway and approached the front door. Everything seemed totally normal from the outside. No broken windows, no signs of forced entry. The lights were on inside, glowing warmly through the curtains. I knocked on the door and announced myself, but nobody answered. After knocking a few more times, I tried the doorknob and found it unlocked. That wasn't too unusual in our town, but still, procedure said I needed to check inside to make sure everything was okay. "Hello? This is Officer Mitchell with Ravenswood PD. Is anyone home?" I called out as I stepped inside. The interior was beautiful. Hardwood floors, antique furniture, and this grand staircase that curved up to the second floor. It looked like something out of a home design magazine. Nothing seemed out of place. No overturned furniture, no signs of a struggle or break-in. Just a perfectly normal, well-kept house. The only thing that struck me as odd was the smell. There was this strong floral scent in the air, like someone had gone overboard with air freshener or potpourri. But underneath it was something else, a metallic smell that reminded me of blood. It wasn't overwhelming, just enough to make me uneasy. I did a quick sweep of the first floor. Living room, dining room, kitchen, study. Everything was immaculate, not even a dirty dish in the sink. It was almost too perfect, like a house staged for showing rather than one people actually lived in. When I was satisfied the first floor was clear, I headed upstairs. The wooden steps creaked under my weight, and I felt a chill run through me. The temperature seemed to drop a few degrees as I reached the landing. The upstairs hallway had 4 doors. 3 were open, and 1 was closed. I checked the open rooms first. 2 bedrooms and a bathroom, all empty and as perfectly kept as the downstairs. I approached the closed door slowly, my hand resting on my gun just in case. I pushed the door open and found what I assumed was the master bedroom. It was spacious with a 4-poster bed in the center, neatly made with dark blue bedding. There was nobody in the room, but on top of the bed lay a small tape recorder. It looked old-fashioned, the kind with actual cassette tapes. That's when things started getting weird. I approached the bed, thinking maybe the recorder could give me some clue about who lived here or what had happened. When I got closer, I noticed the tape was already loaded, and the play button was slightly depressed, like someone had been listening to it recently. I'm not sure why I did it, curiosity I guess, but I pressed play. At first, there was just soft, melodic humming. It sounded like a lullaby, the kind a mother might sing to a child. The melody was haunting and somehow familiar, though I couldn't place it. Then, after about 20 seconds, a voice spoke. "Hello, Officer Mitchell. I've been waiting for you." My blood ran cold. How did this recording know my name? I immediately drew my gun and tried to radio for backup. but when I pressed the button on my radio, all I got was static. I tried again, walking toward the window thinking maybe I'd get better reception, but nothing came through except that harsh white noise. The room had gotten noticeably colder. I could see my breath fogging in front of me now, which was impossible for an indoor space with heating. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to deepen, almost pulsing with a life of their own. The tape recorder clicked and the voice spoke again. "There's no need for that, Officer Mitchell. You're already mine." I felt something brush against my cheek, like cold fingers trailing across my skin. I spun around, but there was nothing there. In a panic, I fired my gun into the darkest corner of the room. The sound was deafening in the enclosed space, but the bullet just lodged into the wall. Nothing changed. "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice cracking. "This is the police. Show yourself." The shadows in the room began to move in ways shadows shouldn't. They swirled and twisted, detaching from the walls and objects that cast them. I backed up until I hit the wall, my gun still raised, though I knew somehow it wouldn't help me. The lullaby started again, but this time it wasn't coming from the tape recorder. It seemed to be coming from everywhere at once, surrounding me. The melody was clearer now, and I recognized it. It was a song my grandmother used to sing to me when I was little. How could whatever this was know something so personal? The shadows continued to gather and thicken, forming a dense darkness that began creeping toward me from all sides. I couldn't move. My feet felt rooted to the floor, and my limbs were heavy, like I was trying to move underwater. Then I saw it, a figure standing in the doorway. I couldn't make out any features. It was just a silhouette, darker than the shadows around it, and it was humming that lullaby. The figure took a step toward me, and the darkness rushed in. That's the last thing I remember clearly. The next thing I knew, I was waking up in my cruiser, parked in the driveway of 1450 Elm Street. The engine was running, and the driver's door was open. My gun was in its holster, unfired. According to my watch, only 20 minutes had passed since I'd first arrived. I radioed in, and this time it worked perfectly. I reported that I'd checked the house and found nothing suspicious. I don't know why I said that. It was like the words came out of my mouth without my control. Before leaving, I looked back at the house. It looked exactly the same, but something felt different. I had this overwhelming sense that it was watching me, waiting. I drove back to the station, finished my paperwork, and went home. I tried to convince myself I'd imagined the whole thing, maybe dozed off in my car and had a vivid dream. But I knew that wasn't true. The next day I went back to 1450 Elm Street during daylight hours, telling myself I needed to investigate properly. The house was completely empty, not just unoccupied, but empty of all furniture. The realtor's sign in the yard said it had been vacant for over 2 years. I asked around about the history of the house. Most people said it had changed hands many times over the years, with no owner staying longer than a few months. There were rumors about strange noises, about people going missing, but nothing concrete. I've tried to forget about it, to move on with my life, but I can't. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, hearing that lullaby. Sometimes I feel those cold fingers on my cheek again. And sometimes when I'm driving past Elm Street on patrol, I swear I see a figure watching me from the upstairs window of 1450. The strangest part? In the 6 months since that night, we've had 3 more calls about disturbances at that address. Each time, a different officer responded. Each time, they reported finding nothing unusual. And each time, they quit the force within a week, moving away from Ravenswood without explanation. I should have left too, but something keeps me here. I feel connected to that house now, like it's not finished with me yet. Sometimes I find myself driving by it without meaning to, or waking up in the middle of the night with my car keys in my hand, like I was about to go somewhere. Last week I found a cassette tape in my mailbox. No packaging, no note, just the tape. I haven't played it. I'm afraid of what I'll hear if I do, but I'm more afraid that one night I won't be able to resist anymore. I don't know what happened to me that night at 1450 Elm Street. I don't know what's in that house or what it wants. All I know is that it knew me, knew things about me it shouldn't have known. And sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can still see those shadows moving toward me, still hear that voice saying, "You're already mine." I've tried telling a few people, but nobody believes me. They think I'm stressed or overworked or making it up. Maybe I am. Maybe there's a perfectly logical explanation for everything that happened. But if you're ever in Ravenswood, stay away from 1450 Elm Street. Don't stop to look at it. Don't wonder about what's inside. And if you hear a lullaby when you're walking past, don't listen. Just keep walking and don't look back. Because I think that house is waiting for its next visitor, its next soul to claim. And I'm terrified that it might still be waiting for me to return. Story 18. I'm not really sure why I'm finally writing this down. Maybe just to get it out of my head. It's been 3 months, and I still can't make sense of what happened to me that night on Route 74. I still get panic attacks when I have to drive anywhere unfamiliar, especially at night. It was supposed to be a simple trip. My cousin Jake had just finished renovating this cabin he bought in West Virginia, about 2 hours from my place in Kentucky. He'd been bugging me to come check it out for weeks, and I finally had a free weekend. I planned to leave around 4 in the afternoon on Friday, which would have put me there before dark. But work ran late that day. My boss dropped a last-minute project on me that I couldn't push off, and I didn't get on the road until almost 6. I wasn't too worried at first. I had the address in my GPS, a full tank of gas, and some snacks for the drive. Jake had warned me the cabin was pretty remote, but he'd sent detailed directions once I got off the main highway. The first hour of the drive was completely normal. I was jamming to my playlist, munching on chips, just enjoying the drive. The sun was setting, painting the sky this deep orange red. Pretty, but it meant I'd be arriving in full darkness. Around 7:30, my GPS instructed me to exit the highway onto Route 74. That's when things started feeling off. The road immediately narrowed, winding through dense forest that seemed to press in from both sides. The pavement was cracked in places, with faded yellow lines that were barely visible. No streetlights, just my headlights cutting through increasing darkness. I'd never been on this road before, but I figured it was just one of those old back highways that don't get much maintenance. The GPS said I had about 45 minutes left on this route before turning onto the even smaller road that led to Jake's place. By 8, it was completely dark, and I noticed fog starting to form in patches. Nothing too thick at first, just wisps hovering above the road. I turned down my music and sat up straighter, focusing on the increasingly difficult drive. The road kept twisting and turning, sometimes so sharply I had to slow to a crawl to navigate the bends. I realized I hadn't seen another car for at least an hour, not a single one in either direction. That struck me as weird, even for a back road. I tried calling Jake to let him know I was running late, but my phone showed no signal. The GPS was still working though, so I kept following it. Then the fog really rolled in. It happened so suddenly that I had to slam on my brakes. 1 minute visibility was okay, and the next it was like driving through a thick white wall. I slowed to maybe 15 miles per hour, hunched over the steering wheel, straining to see the road markers. The fog seemed to swallow my headlights, reflecting the light back at me instead of illuminating the way ahead. That's when my GPS froze. The little blue dot that represented my car just stopped moving, though I was still creeping forward. I tapped the screen a few times, then tried restarting the app, but nothing helped. The signal was completely gone. I wasn't too worried yet. I figured I just needed to stay on Route 74 until I saw the turnoff for Jake's Road. He'd mentioned it had a distinctive wooden sign with the name Bear Creek Road carved into it. I couldn't have missed it yet. About 20 minutes later, still crawling through the fog, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There was a figure standing at the side of the road, just standing there. The fog made it hard to see clearly, but it looked like a person, tall and thin, completely motionless. I couldn't make out any features, just a dark silhouette against the slightly less dark forest. I slowed even more, wondering if someone had broken down and needed help, but something felt wrong. The figure wasn't waving for assistance or doing anything to signal a driver. It was just standing, facing the road, as if waiting for something. I stopped about 20 feet away and rolled my window down a crack. "Hello?" I called out. "Do you need help?" No response. No movement at all. The fog shifted slightly in the breeze, and when it cleared for just a second, the figure was gone. Completely gone. There was nowhere it could have run to so quickly. The forest was dense with underbrush, and I would have heard someone crashing through it. My heart was pounding now. I rolled up my window and hit the gas, eager to put distance between myself and that spot. I tried the radio, desperate for some human voice to cut through the silence, but all I got was static on every station. The time on my dashboard read 8:45. I'd been on Route 74 for well over an hour now, which didn't make sense. The whole route was supposed to take 45 minutes. I should have reached the turnoff already. Had I missed it somehow in the fog? I considered turning around, but the road was too narrow for a U-turn, and I was afraid of backing up in these conditions. The only option seemed to be to keep going forward and look for a place to turn around safely. After what felt like another half hour of painfully slow driving, I saw lights ahead, the first sign of civilization since I'd turned onto this god-forsaken road. As I got closer, I could make out a gas station with a flickering neon sign that read, "Last Stop Gas and Convenience." The place looked ancient, one of those old-style service stations with just 2 pumps out front and a small store attached. The neon sign buzzed and sputtered, casting an eerie red glow through the fog. There was a single flickering fluorescent light above the store entrance. I pulled in, relieved to find somewhere I could ask for directions. The parking lot was empty, except for a rusted pickup truck parked at the side of the building. I shut off my engine and sat there for a moment, suddenly reluctant to get out. Something about this place felt wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on what. Maybe it was the complete silence. No cars passing on the road, no sounds from inside the store, not even the usual hum of coolers or vending machines you'd expect. Just the buzzing of that neon sign and the occasional flicker of the fluorescent light. I gathered my courage and got out of the car, locking it behind me, something I wouldn't normally do at a gas station. The air felt heavy and damp from the fog, and surprisingly cold for a summer night. I hurried to the store entrance, the gravel crunching loudly under my feet. A bell jingled as I pushed open the door. The inside of the store was dimly lit, with shelves of dusty merchandise and a refrigerated section along the back wall. No one was behind the counter. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded muffled, as if the air itself was dampening the sound. No answer. I walked further in, noticing how the shelves were stocked with brands I didn't recognize or hadn't seen in years. Everything had a layer of dust on it, as if no one had shopped here in ages. That's when I noticed the handprints on the windows, on the inside of the glass, like someone had been frantically trying to get out. They were smudged and faded, but unmistakable. I felt a chill run down my spine. I approached the counter, where a small silver bell sat next to an ancient cash register. A sign taped to the counter read, "Ring for service," in faded handwriting. I hesitated, then tapped the bell. The ring echoed unnaturally loud in the silent store. Almost immediately, I heard shuffling from somewhere in the back. Not footsteps exactly, but a dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across the floor. "Hello?" I called again, my voice noticeably shakier. The shuffling stopped. Then I saw it, a shadow moving across the back wall of the store. It was tall, impossibly tall, with proportions that didn't seem quite human. The arms were too long, the torso too narrow. It paused, as if sensing my gaze, and then disappeared behind a shelf. I blinked, and when I looked again, the shadow was gone. I told myself it was just a trick of the light, the flickering fluorescence playing with my already frayed nerves. I turned to leave, no longer caring about directions, just wanting to get out of there. But as I reached the door, the bell on the counter rang, by itself. One clear, loud chime. I froze, hand on the door handle, and slowly turned back. No one was at the counter. The bell sat undisturbed. That was enough for me. I yanked the door open and ran to my car, fumbling with the keys. I could feel eyes on me, watching from the store windows, though when I dared to look back, I saw no one. I got in, started the engine, and peeled out of that parking lot as fast as I could, not caring about the fog anymore. I just needed to get away from that place. After driving for about 15 minutes, my racing heart began to slow. I convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing, the strange shadow, the bell ringing on its own. I was tired, it was foggy, and my mind was playing tricks on me. Then I glanced in my rearview mirror and felt my stomach drop. Through the fog behind me, I could still see the red glow of the gas station's neon sign, as if I hadn't moved away from it at all. That wasn't possible. I'd been driving for 15 minutes straight. I pressed harder on the accelerator, watching the speedometer climb to 50, 60, 70 miles per hour, dangerously fast for these conditions. But I was desperate to put distance between me and that place. 5 minutes later, I looked in the mirror again. The red glow was still there, the same distance behind me. I pulled over, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip the steering wheel. This wasn't possible. I shut my eyes, counted to 10, and looked again. The glow was gone. Relief flooded through me, but it was short-lived. As I pulled back onto the road and rounded a bend, I saw something that made my heart nearly stop. There, up ahead, was a road sign I recognized, the same Route 74 marker I'd passed over an hour ago when I first turned off the highway. I was somehow back at the beginning of the route. I pulled over again, trying to make sense of what was happening. Had I gotten turned around somehow, made a circle without realizing it? But that was impossible. Route 74 didn't loop back on itself according to the GPS maps I'd studied before losing signal. I decided my only option was to keep driving and hope I'd eventually find my way out or get back into cell phone range. I pulled back onto the road, my hands gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles were white. That's when I saw headlights in my rearview mirror. The first car I'd seen since entering Route 74. Relief washed over me. Another person, someone who might know the way out of here. But as the headlights drew closer, something felt wrong. They were too bright, too high off the ground, and they were approaching far too quickly for these foggy conditions. I sped up, suddenly afraid of the vehicle behind me. The headlights matched my pace, staying right behind me. I couldn't make out what kind of vehicle it was through the fog, just those blinding white lights boring into my rearview mirror. I pushed my car faster, taking the curves recklessly now. The headlights stayed with me, never falling behind, never gaining, just maintaining that same terrifying distance. Then, as suddenly as they had appeared, the headlights vanished. Not slowing down or turning off, they simply winked out of existence mid-chase. I was breathing hard, adrenaline coursing through me. What the hell was happening? Was I losing my mind? As I rounded another bend, my heart sank. There in the distance, visible through the fog, was the red neon glow of the gas station. Last stop, gas and convenience. As if I was trapped in some kind of loop, always returning to the same point no matter which way I drove. I drove past it this time, refusing to stop. But after another 20 minutes of driving, I approached the same damn gas station again. It was like the road was folding back on itself, creating an endless loop with the gas station at its center. By this point, I was crying, barely able to see the road through my tears. I'd been on Route 74 for hours now, with no way out. My phone still showed no signal, the GPS was still frozen, and the radio still played nothing but static. The third time I approached the gas station, I noticed something different. The rusted pickup truck that had been parked at the side of the building was now directly in front of the store, and there was a figure standing next to it, the same tall, thin silhouette I'd seen earlier on the roadside. As I drove past, it turned its head to follow my car. I couldn't make out a face in the fog and darkness, just that unnatural silhouette that seemed too tall, too thin to be human. I sped up again, desperate to escape whatever this was. I drove for what felt like hours, taking random turns whenever I came to an intersection, hoping to break out of the loop. But every road eventually led back to Route 74, and every stretch of Route 74 led back to that gas station. The gas gauge was getting low now. I'd had a full tank when I started, but all this driving had depleted it. The irony wasn't lost on me. I was going to run out of gas right in front of a gas station that I was too terrified to stop at. As dawn broke, the fog began to thin slightly. I was exhausted, having been driving all night, constantly circling back to the same points. My eyes burned, my back ached, and I was running on nothing but fear and adrenaline. That's when I saw it, a wooden sign on the side of the road with Bear Creek Road carved into it. Jake's Road. Somehow, after all this time, I'd found the turnoff I was looking for. I turned onto the narrow dirt road, hope surging through me. The trees were thinner here, allowing more light through as the sun continued to rise. The fog was almost gone now. After about a mile, the road opened up to reveal Jake's cabin. I nearly cried with relief as I pulled up to the front. Jake came out onto the porch looking worried. "Where have you been?" he asked as I stumbled out of the car. "I've been calling all night. You were supposed to be here hours ago." I tried to explain what had happened, the endless loop of Route 74, the gas station, the figure by the road. But even as I spoke, the details were already becoming hazy in my mind, like a nightmare that fades upon waking. Jake looked concerned. "Route 74? There is no Route 74 around here. You were supposed to take Highway 33 all the way here." I checked my phone. Full signal now. I pulled up the map app and searched for Route 74. It didn't exist. Not anywhere in West Virginia. Not anywhere near the route I'd taken. To this day, I can't explain what happened to me that night. Sometimes I wonder if I dozed off at the wheel and dreamed the whole thing. But then I remember those handprints on the inside of the gas station windows, the bell ringing by itself, and that tall, thin figure watching me from the fog. I've never driven alone at night since then, and I check every route thoroughly before I travel, making sure to stay on main highways with plenty of traffic. But sometimes, when I'm driving in fog or late at night, I'll glance in my rearview mirror, half expecting to see those headlights gaining on me again. Or worse, that red neon glow that simply reads, "Last stop."